When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me. Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me. Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the tunnel close, it starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't
live. Hi. So you were supposed to be doing it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Rocket Core Weekly. We're here again this week, RC Weekly number 4. I'm Killsync, and I'm joined today by Gavastrian. Hey, Gavastrian, how are you?
Hello, I'm back. I'm here this week again. Last week I wasn't. Sadness, but I got a little bit older, so I had to deal with that and the mental trauma that comes with it. But now I'm back to casting Rocket League, and I'm here with Killsync, and I've heard your smooth voice last week, and I like it. I like it. I like to see more of you, and I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy to be casting with you. And what do we have on the docket today?
Yeah, I'm excited to be casting as well. So today we're going to be kicking off things with Vector Z and RC Jupiter, two relatively unknown teams. But it's worth saying that Vector Z got knocked out in the first rounds last week by Ancients in a 3-0 sweep. So they didn't even make it past the first bracket. However, RC Jupiter 3-1 their first team and then got a very incredible win after that. The incredible win that came the way of a DQ. And then unfortunately got swept by Ascending Legends. But obviously Ascending Legends then went on to sweep in the finals. So kind of difficult to determine what RC Jupiter is going to be bringing to the table today. But what are you expecting? You're expecting some good things?
Expecting is a big word, but at least I'm hoping for good things. And all good things Rocket League are always a lot of fun to talk about. I see our now favorite player Crispy is here. Always a
Oh,
good
yeah.
good name. I see we have a representative of the all girl singing band K3, which is also lovely to see. And yeah, some of the other players. I'm very curious. I just want to get them to get into games so we can start talking about the real stuff and not keep filling the air with random nonsense.
Definitely. Well, I mean, you say K3 representing the band side of things, but actually K3 is a big representative in the UK university scene. He's a massive part of it. 1800 player, kind of commonly referred to as one of the best that we have in the university scenes. Admittedly, there are still a lot of better players. We've got the likes of Psycho, Tylacto, Sebadam in the UK university scene, but so it's not to say he's the best, but he can pull off some pretty incredible feats and displays when he wants to. So it'll be good to see what he does. And he looks like he's going to try and start off early here with a shot down, but easily saved for just Josh and put up to the side by Spectre, but cut out immediately Nutix. And K3 going up, looking like he's going to be able to get a pass into Spectre and early on, but a great block coming the way of the humble Turtle. But a good shot from Crispy, and that is Crispy.
It definitely is, and it came off a very unfortunate clear. The ball bouncing back into midfield. Crispy just had an easy sight on the goal, and the goalie was on the wrong side of it. You probably usually want to be at the back post to save these ones, but sometimes it just doesn't work, and you get outplayed by your own defense.
You're doing some good passing plays coming out from Vector early on in this game. K3 popping it onto the backboard. Spectre can see he's not going to be able to get the greatest of touches. Accidental pinch with the sidewall, but K3 looking to follow that one up. Just Josh managing to put it beside him, though. Spectre taking it up onto his own backboard, potentially looking for Crispy on the sidewall. Does so Crispy with the backflip, though, and this is going to lead Turtle to be able to get a shot on target, but with limited boost, can't follow that one up for the double touch as the 50 leads the way of Nutix up onto the sidewall. Crispy will cut this one out, sending it off onto the side. K3 is going to look to go up the wall, gets the touch, and it's perfect center for Crispy. Crispy maybe for the double touch, doesn't quite have the boost or the angle to get it. K3 pre-jumping, but Nutix clearing the ball.
Yeah, and now it's the other way with a counter attack, and it's very very clean to see that Vector really wants to put on the pressure. They want to just get in and get going with only 3 shots on the board, and on the other side they haven't had a threatening shot on net just yet. So it's all been Vector Z all the time this game for this first 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, and we weren't sure what we were expecting going into it, so it was difficult to say which team was going to start off with the early momentum, but it looks like K3 is going to try and take a shot as Nutix blocks that one out. Crispy is up earlier, though, missing in the middle, but it's good enough to bait out the last defender, and Spectre there to clean up the mess.
Yeah, and the difference is starting to become more and more glaring in skill level here. There's just a bit missing on the positioning and recovery side for Jupiter, and on the other side, Vector then gets a clean try to position very aggressively, do not have to worry about long clears or quick passes, and can just keep on the pressure and the attack the entire time. And that choking offense eventually makes a team that is not ready for it fall all the more easier.
It definitely does, as Turtle tries to put his center to Josh in. That's a good shot, but K3 able to stop that from going into the right-hand corner. And at the moment, it really does feel as if this Vector team is just putting the feelers out for RC Jupiter, just seeing what they're capable of, because I'm not seeing too much overcommits from them, and they're usually quite an aggressive team as K3 goes up off onto the backboard, gets the accidental double touch, but he's good enough to take it over Nutrix as Turtle comes in looking for the read on that one, but Josh in there as well, and now this could be dangerous as K3 manages to get it out off of the sidewall, looking to pick up that boost pad. I think Josh had managed to get it just before him. Crispy only 19 boost, doesn't really want to commit too early, but the miss from Nutix, and now it's going to be a slow takeout. It's just Josh in with the pre-jump, and it's nowhere near as Crispy looks for the bump onto Turtle on his rotation out, and a good 50 into the middle. Nutix is going to be the winner of that one. Following that one up, can't get the second touch, is going to be caught infield by Joshin and Crispy. Joshin the victor of the 50, and K3 now looking to put it into the dangerous center. Spectre's up, but Turtle will be able to get there, and K3 just looking to air dribble, to dribble this one, sorry, gets the flick, but can't find it underneath the crossbars. Nutrix gets a poor clear out. K3 looking still to challenge, and now this defense of RC Jupiter is just looking like they're struggling a little bit. Spectre looks for Crispy, it's a great pass, but can't get it underneath the crossbar again, and now the counter attack might be imminent as K3 is almost hunted for the demo, and there an open opportunity to get the goal. Spectre putting it off onto the side. Crispy now looking downfield for K3. K3 looking for the redirect, can't find it as a great challenge from Turtle comes in and taking away the pressure, or at least trying to, his Nutix, but it drops straight into the path for Crispy, and that's 3-0.
Yeah, Crispy gets handed this goal after the unfortunate defensive move there from Nutix. Able to get another touch on it, of course, not being good enough to clear the ball. And you can definitely see that for RC Jupiter, they are not expecting the clears to be as hard and as long as they have been, or the passing play. So what I would love to see from RC Jupiter is that they change their setup a little bit by having their first man or their second man move up a little bit further and have their third man a little bit further back, so they can start hunting those long passes and those long clears and get in between them before Vector can get their grubby mitts on the ball and look for another like attacking play or passing play.
Definitely, and the passing play looking to come through from Spectre, but bumped out of the way. And as just Joshin comes in, clears it out of the way of K3. Spectre infield to Crispy. Crispy trying to look for the shot. Nutix now looking to take it downfield. Pops it past one, but it's not really done too much with the ball there. As just Joshin gets the booming clear. Nutix looking for the bump onto K3. Would have been perfect if he'd managed to get it. And now Crispy looking off the sidewall, trying to get it over to Spectre. Does so perfectly. Spectre potentially looking for a double touch here, but not the best first touch that he would have been after. Nutix and Crispy both fighting for the ball there. K3 dropping it over the side of one. Maybe looking to get that second touch, but it's a good pass off of the backboard as Crispy has read it well, but not well enough as he can't find the touch. K3 now looking for the shot on target. Gets it, and just off of the backboard, Spectre trying to follow that one up. Can't find the goal, though. And with only 7 seconds remaining, it looks pretty set for Vector are going to take this first game 3-0.
Yeah, and a very convincing 3-0. RC Jupiter has some things they can work on to come back into this one, but for now, this first game is definitely in the bag. I'm just noticing from Vector Z, they are always in the right position at the right time. At every moment the ball gets played forward, there's already one of their players there. So either we need to start looking for RC Jupiter to hit the ball a little bit softer, keep the ball closer to themselves, and look for 50-50s out of defense, or look for very short passing plays out of defense. Or the third option, there's always 3 or more options, just boom the ball very, very far away as well, because you just want to be able to get it past the defense and then look for a chance to really come at the offense and grab some boost, because they're getting boost starved as well. They're getting pushed into their group or into their half, and they stick there. Their boost gets stolen and everything. So long clears or very short passes just to get past that midfield defense that Vector Z is now throwing at them a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty weird to see as well, Vector Z having almost no challenge at the moment. That's not to say RC Jupiter are bad, it's just that the speed in which they're getting out at the moment isn't challenging Vector Z at all. Like you say, the big clears can be absolutely crucial to changing a game. And at this point, I think if you're RC Jupiter, instead of looking for a big clear to make a counterattack, you've got to make a big clear just to stop the absolute sheer pressure coming from Vector Z. Because at this point, you've just got to hold your hands up and just say, right, I've got absolutely nothing that I can do against these guys. Let's just boom it long and just hope they make a mistake. Because at this point, I don't want to be here. But let's hope going into this next game, RC Jupiter have a little bit of a better response. I've got a feeling, however, Vector might come in even stronger than how we saw them in the first game.
Yeah, probably they have their confidence boosted up now and just really want to look for just styling a bit on these kids. But that also leaves a little bit of risk and almost the first chance for RC Jupiter to get on the board. It goes wide, but it's good to see them having chances at least.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of whiffs coming out early on in this game. Actually, something that you expect to see from the first game, not quite the second. Both teams not really prepared. However, K3 going for that ceiling shot, going for the read for the dunk. Spectre now up as well, can't make the touch as well as Joshin just gets out of the way of Turtle, lets him take the ball, but with only 25 boost, and now Zero is going to be left struggling, getting back onto a defensive position. The Turtle trying to cause some sort of problem for this Vector team, just clearing the ball upfield. K3 now might look to take possession. Instead, it's Crispy going for the shot. You can see Nutix is a little bit out of position, but it doesn't phase Nutix. It's not fast enough to cause any issues from Spectre. Now looking for the double, maybe looking to follow this one up as the pinch comes through. Spectre, what is that?
That's just disgusting. All the time in the world to carry that one to K3 and they just pop it in together. That's not supposed to, like, this is just something you don't want to see happening. It's almost like bullying the other team if you can just air dribble it like that and pinch it with one of your teammates because they are just there and you have no one on defense. It was savable, but positioning wise, they were just not ready for that one. And who can be when you're not expecting it?
And that's completely true, and that was the complete issue that came from that play, is just the lack of prepare that this RC Jupiter team had against this Vector offense. And again, we might see it with the infield pass potentially coming to K3. K3 now just taking control, getting the shot, and it's an easy goal and a great team play again.
Yeah, and here you see that bully mentality. At the moment, you are looking so much stronger and so much more controlled. You can get a bit of a slower pass in midfield and then let your other guy just look and hunt for whatever goalie is there. And if the goalie is really standing still in goal, it's something that if you're facing another, like, a bit higher level team, the goalie won't be standing still there. It'll be a lot harder to hit, or at least he'll be in a corner and be able to move out before the bump comes in. But right now, there's just such a gap between the two teams play style wise that you can see these things coming more often from Vector.
Yeah, you can. I mean, most of the plays that we've seen Vector score from have definitely come from passing plays or attempted passing plays, whereas RC Jupiter just feel like it's three individuals on a pitch trying to play Rocket League, and that's not... That can work against some of the lower ranked teams, but when you're playing a team like Vector, that doesn't work. The communication has to be there, the passing plays has to be there, as Crispy looks to put it downfield, and now K3 just popping behind him, and it's a great position as he looks to go for the shot, pops it over Josh in, and oh my word, I don't even get to speak for long enough as they put a third in.
Yeah, they are stamping all the way over this game, and I mean, it's interesting to see a round one game. Sometimes we cast them, sometimes we don't, and sometimes they can be this one-sided. I'm really hoping RC Jupiter can come back, though, and just give us a little bit of a show, because they're being completely shut out. And on the other side, seeing Vector showing their dominance this much, the way they are doing this, is lovely to see a team that's like, we're professional, we're just going to keep it, we're just going to win it. We respect you as opponents, so we're going to keep playing 100% and not do any funny business.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what's actually nice to see, is that, like you say, that kind of modicum of respect that they have for the opposition. Like, even there, we didn't see any attempted solo plays, we didn't see any fancy dribbles, we didn't see any fancy plays. It was a, yeah, we can score here if we just get a good pass in, and that's exactly what they did, and it's something they've been looking for this entire series. And really, why I was quite surprised that they went out so early last week, because this is the caliber of team we can see. The passing plays come out, but they're not really being challenged too much by RC Jupiter, as we just saw there, the backflip coming through from Nutix. Crispy infield, Spectre might look to try and get this back to Crispy. Does so, but not enough boost to do it with, as Zero gets demoed. But that's actually going to put him in a favorable position. He didn't have any boost, now spawning with that 33 and back on defense just in case he needs to be there. As Crispy looks to pop it up, Spectre's looking to follow, but a good 50 from Turtle is going to lead it to go. But again, Turtle not really doing too much with the ball there, just kind of hitting it upfield. None of his teammates prepared for it as Joshin puts it off the backboard, looking for the shot, and it's a good angle, but can't squeeze it inside the posts. And K3 pops it over one. Crispy now looking for demos. K3 looking for bumps, and they've got the open goal, but K3 with the slight touch off of the back of his car actually takes it out of the way of goal. But a big miss coming through. Crispy isn't prepared for it. Spectre puts it off the sidewall and popped over. And now they have the opportunity to get a first goal in this game and might be able to do so as it goes towards that top right corner, but they can't get it underneath. And now the transition onto offense from this Vector team looks damaging, but Spectre can't read this one, and Joshin challenging out with K3. That's a risky turn from K3 there, turning middle, but a good pass from Spectre to Crispy. Crispy looking to read it, but it's read earlier by Nutix.
Yeah, and I have to say, it almost feels like Vector saying, okay, we say we're so much better than you, you're just not going to be allowed to play Rocket League. We're just going to keep bumping you, demoing you, and just looking for any moment where you think you can touch the ball, but you're just not allowed to. And we see Spectre here going on a complete spree in front of the orange net, just wanting to get all the demos in, maybe even looking for one of those elusive demolition type like accolades that you can get during a match, but it is all domination for Vector Z at the moment.
Definitely, and now K3 challenging out Nutix. Nutix didn't have any boost in that play, but it didn't really matter to him as Crispy looking infield for Spectre doesn't get the pass that he requires, and Nutix now maybe looking infield, but it's too far forward for Turtle as Crispy gets a good pass to Spectre. Spectre to K3. K3 looking for the goal, and Turtle's going to get a relatively easy clear out. Spectre challenges. I think that was Nutix, but I might be wrong. Ball goes back towards Spectre, and now K3 and Crispy bumping each other, and we might see the first goal coming the way of this RC Jupiter team, but not likely as Vector cut out the play, and on the 0-second mark, ball gets dropped down by Nutix, and that is 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, 2-0, and it's still a 0 on the RC Jupiter scoreboard for goals throughout the entire series. So their mission now is score a goal, throw everything you have at it, see if you can get through that in any way, shape, or form. And I think that for RC Jupiter, it is possible. They just need to stop playing as scared as they do. Because what you notice is that one of their players is going for the ball, and then the other two are just sitting in net, scared for the counter attack. Well, have someone go up, just go a little bit nuts, risk a little bit more, have that one player in defense, and just fully trust them to be back enough to be able to get past the counter attack or at least intercept the ball, and then have the next person rotate there once it's done, and keep someone, but most of all, keep someone forward. Give one of your players someone to pass to, someone else to aim at, then either an enemy player or just a goal that's going to be defended if it's going to be a quick counter attack, because Vector C always has someone home.
Yeah, they do, and that is what is actually quite weird, and how you can clearly see the skill disparity between these two teams, in the sense that Vector Z, like you say, they've always got somebody back, but they never look like they're stuck in defense. Whereas RC Jupiter, the complete opposite. They almost feel like they've never got anybody back, except they are always stuck in defense, and that is really the difference that a solid rotation and great communication can make in this game. And hopefully RC Jupiter will be able to pick it up, because it's not nice to see a domination of this sort. But as K3 looks to set the score in early, a good shot from him, but over the crossbar. Now RC Jupiter have the opportunity, but it's not a great blitz, shall we say. I'm not going to give too much on that one as K3 looks to transition upfield. It looks like Crispy might be able to get the doink on, but just Joshin coming in, and now the demo's coming the way of RC Jupiter. But as I say that, K3 with a solid bump, just cutting out the play, looking to go for the shot as well, looking for the double. We trust he gets him, but he doesn't this time. And Crispy with the follow can find the net.
Yeah, had to be a Crispy cleanup there, because K3 just missed that. Like you said, you expected a player of this caliber to hit those. He didn't. I mean, it happens to the best of us. It happens to the worst of us, let's be honest. I wouldn't be able to hit that one, even if you give me 1,000 tries. So, hey, still happy that he got close, but that should have been in. And, hey, we have the other side. Humble Turtle scores for RC Jupiter.
Yeah, not the greatest kickoff for K3 there. Spectre pushing up way too far, and Turtle capitalizing on it. And for the first time, this RC Jupiter team has managed to equalize a game.
That's also because there hasn't been that much time to play the game, but hey, we might get them ahead with this flick. Oh, it bounces off, but maybe they can get this to finish, although I doubt it.
I'm worried about the counter-attack now, I'm not going to lie. The infield pass looks imminent, but it's not good enough for K3, and now another counter-attacking opportunity coming the way of RC Jupiter this time, as Joshua manages to put it down for Turtle. Turtle needs a good hit, tries to get the double, tries to say to K3, anything you can do, or rather anything you can't do, I can do, but doesn't manage to get it. Spectre looks to take control. Why would you do it there, though? And Nutix comes over the top to take the lead for the first time in the series.
Yeah, and it's all because of this all of a sudden no holds barred aggressive mindset we see here from RC Jupiter. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at Vector Z, and it's working for now. Vector Z is going to have to adjust, and with the team of this caliber, they probably can. But it's good to see the fire lit in the eyes of RC Jupiter.
And as K3 looking to push it out, might look to carry on the edge, or looking to get the block as well. But just Joshin slowing up on the challenge that actually took it away from the possibility of K3 getting the block. K3 now maybe looking to take a bit more control. Needs to be looking for Crispy at some point. Gets the flick over one, trying to get the pop over the second potentially. But might be able to solo dribble it. Gets the pass off of the backboard, and Crispy is there to read it. And Joshin will not be able to recover quickly enough. And that's the equalizer for Vector.
It almost feels like Vector was like, okay, you got a goal. That's cute. Let us keep playing. Oh, you got 2 goals. Okay, let us put our sunglasses back on and let's finish this game off proper, because they are not resting until they're ahead again.
Absolutely not. A Spectre now going to be able to get a clear out, but let's Turtle challenge that one. Probably the better decision, actually, knowing full well Turtle now has limited boost to work with, but Joshin has plenty and manages to get it past K3, but a Crispy waiting in goal is going to be able to get the flick over one. K3 looking for the second touch back onto Crispy. Crispy onto the backboard hopefully finding Spectre, but just Joshin is going to be the one taken out, looking to get a 50 with Spectre. It's a good hit, and K3 forced into a great save as Nutix puts on a great shot on target, and now into the center, looking for Crispy again, but this time cut out. And Spectre now up off onto the ceiling. I'm not entirely sure that's the touch he was looking for. Fell down perfectly to Turtle. K3 up early. Turtle not able to continue with that play as Joshin pops it into the corner, and it goes straight over the head of Spectre. Fortunately for him, it's not on target. It's Crispy puts it into a dangerous position, and Turtle can't keep it underneath the crossbar. K3 now looking to transition it out, gets the flick over one, maybe be able to get the flick over the second. Instead, it's the fake. Doesn't manage to get the touch. K3 just flailing a little bit at that point in time. Crispy now taking it slow, trying to bait out Nutix as the defender, and just Joshin able to put it over the top of K3.
Yeah, and a good block there as well. And you can see this aggressive mindset that they have right now, and the very weird step over fake shot works out for just Joshin, and they're ahead again.
And I don't even know what happened in that play, to be honest. Both Joshin and Nutix tripping each other up, but somehow they managed to get what is actually quite a decent shot coming from it. The only position in the goal that the defender isn't going to be able to get any sort of save from is K3 now trying to beat out Nutix. It's going to drop down dangerously, but Crispy is there to read it. And just Joshin cutting it off in the midfield. Doesn't want to risk it. And again, the double commit coming the way of Turtle, and just Joshin almost working again. Infield pass to Spectre. Spectre topping it over, and is going to maybe be credited with the goal, but Turtle coming in early enough to save that one. Nutix looking for Turtle. Turtle is up, maybe earlier than K3 as well. Could have got a double touch, it must be said, but didn't want to risk following it up, but it doesn't matter as he manages to put it past Spectre for the 4th.
Yeah, RC Jupiter really just doing a 180 from what they were doing before. The 2 scared players in net are no longer to be seen. It's one person back, all the way back, so they always have a good defensive option, but 2 players going hard on the attack every time. It's almost like they're listening, and they have grown into this series and are now looking to challenge and even take the game.
Yeah, definitely does. And like you say, that last man back really makes all of the difference, especially in a game like this. There's been a number of times where it's looked like Vectors has an absolutely pivotal, crucial opportunity to maybe tie up the game, and it's just taken away by a defender that we didn't even know was still in defense at that point in time. Probably should have been up with his team, but either way, as Humble tries to put it over K3, K3's going to be the victor of that one. Just Joshin now left into the corner side. This might be a 5th. This is going to be a 5th.
And now what Vector wanted to keep doing, and probably the reason why they did fall off a little bit last week against other teams, is that once a team picks up the pace and doesn't give Vector the room that they need to make their passing plays and their dribble plays and everything, they are a little bit flabbergasted at first, and it's really going to be all on Vector now to pick up the pace if they want to take it in this last minute, or at least look for the next game to come out a lot stronger, because they can't wait anymore. They don't have the time to set up. They just need to fire, just like RC Jupiter's doing, and they just need to do it better than them.
Yeah, I've definitely got to admit this Vector team is not one that usually fares too well, shall we say, with some of the lower ranked teams. That's not to say that RC Jupiter are a low rank. They are actually a good set of players. But what I mean by lower rank is those kind of 1700 and above. They fare a little worse with those just because they chase the ball more. And that's just not something Vector enjoy dealing with because, like you say, it takes away their abilities to get those passing plays going. But even then, Crispy looking center for Spectre. Spectre with a great block and nobody following up quickly enough. K3 getting off the back ball. This is likely to be a goal, but a great block from Turtle, and Crispy can't find the target. And as the clock ticks down, this is definitely going the way of RC Jupiter as they claw a game back in this series.
That must be a big elation. You see the goal coming in for Vector, and that puts a little bit of a damper on the move, but they still win this game. We're going to a fourth. It's already not going to be sweeps all the way to the finals. And I love the way they came back in this one. RC Jupiter showed an entirely different side of their play, and Vector now needs to find an answer. They need to answer this aggression and this speed.
100% they do. But this RC Jupiter team, they've got to be careful that they don't go into this next game exactly the same way they exited this one, because Vector Z are the kind of team that are able to turn around a game and say, okay, well, this team just did this. We need to adapt our playstyle by doing this. And they will do that perfectly. And RC Jupiter might just catch themselves sleeping, because that game, we didn't see Vector Z going for too many demos. We didn't see him going for too many bumps. Now that they know they're almost sticking with a man in that defense, getting one demo onto a player, not in defense, but onto a player in attack, is going to absolutely destroy this RC Jupiter rotation. And that could be the real hindrance. But it'll be interesting to see if Vector Z go for a few more demos, or whether they're just going to try and keep consistent, knowing that they won the first two games, playing as they played in that final game, and whether they'll say, well, I'm not going to change up the playstyle just yet. Maybe it was luck from RC Jupiter. Maybe that's not how they normally play, but I think RC Jupiter played very well.
Yeah, RC Jupiter definitely did, and Vector Z has shown that they can deal with this kind of play. It's just they need to stop looking for these for the dribble plays. Like, I love the passing plays, and their passing plays are usually very quick. Keep using those, but the dribble passing plays, like the little bit slower ones, make sure you have the room for that, because with, like you said, these more ball chasey kind of effects that RC Jupiter are now showing, they're just closing that distance ever so quickly, and there's just almost no possibility for RC or for Vector Z players to get that flick off without somebody in their face already. And that's what I wanted to see from RC Jupiter to come back. But what I want to see from Vector Z now is just a little bit more aggressive play, because it leaves the backfield a lot more open with two RC Jupiter players forward. So just boom it all the way to the other side and have one of your Vector Z players waiting there for a redirect and a goal, because you know these players are good enough to do that.
And that I think that is the key difference between this RC Jupiter and this Vector side, is that actually when you break down the fundamentals of the game, Vector Z have three players who are individually better. And that's not any disrespect to RC Jupiter. They have great players, but Vector have better individual players. But at the moment, RC Jupiter have come out and responded better than maybe Vector will. But we can't really say that, as a big booming clear comes out the way, causes a bit of trouble for the Turtle. And K3 now looking for the dunk, still can't find it underneath that crossbar, and he's not going to be happy. But that's the demo that maybe I said they were looking for, because that has just absolutely broken down their play now and is causing a little bit of an issue. But a backflip from K3, and Turtle's going to be able to put this center, but Spectre might be the victor. But fortunately for him, the demo coming through from K3 onto the final attacker for this RC Jupiter team, and a good pass infield. That's a great pass, in fact, but I don't think it was predicted by Spectre. Humble Turtle now has the opportunity to get it past one, doesn't manage it. Crispy picking up the 100 boost, doesn't get the touch either, and K3 now forced to try and get this out, but it's straight into the path of just joshing. And honestly, this Vector team don't look like the same first team that we saw in game number 1 and 2.
No, it's definitely that speed component where they were fast enough, rotating very, very smoothly. They're now fumbling a little bit, and it really feels like an entirely different team.
Yeah, and as the first goal comes through, Nutix with a phenomenal pass inwards. I'm not even sure it was intentional. I think the intention there was actually for the demo, but fortunately for him, gets the perfect touch on the ball, leading it open for just Josh in, and he takes no messing around there. Scores onto the open goal for the first goal of the game. And maybe this RC Jupiter team was just joshing with them. Maybe they were saying, oh, we'll go 2-0 down, but no, we're going to pull it back just because that's what we do. We have no problem doing that.
Sorry, guys. We had to lose the first two because it was in the script. So, of course, our immaculate writing team here at Rocket Core just knows how to make games very excited, and we might even see a game 5. I don't know what the writers did. I usually avoid the spoilers, but you never know what we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, see, I'm normally one of those people that goes on Reddit, takes a look at all of the spoilers and says, oh yeah, that looks good. Now I don't need to watch that ever again. But this one, I decided not to because I thought, to keep it fair casting, I can't know what's about to happen. But just Josh in here is definitely going to put it off of the backboard with a good pinch. No, he's not. I thought maybe we could create our own little script going as Turtle challenges in the corner. K3 looking for the touch, and Crispy and Sector both forced to make a challenge there. Crispy getting it over the top of one, but Turtle just sat in defense. And that's working for this RC Jupiter team. Like we discussed last game, it's still working.
Yeah, it's just moment after moment. They just challenge everything, and the passes are not connecting anymore. Vector is one of those teams where if you start looking at the way they play, you notice that they are looking for passes at all times, and it's very good. But they also become pretty predictable. You know where the ball is going to go because you see a Vector Z player already moving up. He's already ready for the pass, so you can just stand in the passing lane and wait for it. And that's something that Vector Z is going to have to hide a little bit more if they want to come back into this and give us a good showing and move on to the next round, because they still just need one win. Although this one is already looking a bit like an uphill battle.
Agreed. I actually think the victory, if Vector managed to get it, I think at this point it's probably going to come the way of either a solo double touch play, or it's probably more likely at least, to come the way of a fake, because like you say, they've read the passing plays every single time in these past 2 matches. So what you've got to do is you've got to turn around and say, okay, you think we're going for a passing play? Lol, whoops, fake. And that is really the way that I think this Vector team needs to progress, because from what I've seen, they've yet to try a single fake this game.
Yeah, definitely, and that would be a good adjustment from them, and one that we're very welcome to see, because a team that looks so dominating and so strong in the first 2 matches and then falls behind a little bit, it could also be a mentality, a jitters thing, where teams, the closer you get to winning, like the more the jitters start working in, and you're like, oh, are we actually going to be able to make this? And it's a team with a lot of experience, but it could be the mental, and losing your 3rd game while you were looking for a sweep can be so devastating, and it seems like it might be affecting them now.
And that is such an unfortunate goal to concede if you're Vector. They started piling on the pressure. They looked like they were going to be able to start getting some goals in as well, and then the humble Turtle comes in with what is arguably the devil's pinch, I'm going to call it. That one where you're in your own half, you don't think a pinch could possibly go towards your goal. How on earth do angles like that even exist? And then all of a sudden it comes in and you think, well, I did not see that one coming. And now Spectre trying to claw back at least one of the 2 goals as K3 goes up as well. Crispy is going to be up earlier than just Joshin, but K3 doesn't have the boost to bump Turtle there and doesn't get to take him out of the play as K3 looks center field. But the demo coming through from just Joshin, and that is crucial to stop him play developing as Spectre looks to put it on target. But that demo took out Crispy from the play completely, and there's no 3rd man follow.
Yeah, it almost seems like a bit of a role reversal right now, where we see a lot more defensive movement here from Vector Gaming. Their 2nd and 3rd man are further back than they were in the first 2 games. So that's something that I really want to watch in the final game that we are now going to go into, in the game 5 Silver Scrapes kind of awesome match that we're going to be getting already in the first round. Yeah, I really want to see if they adjust that and just get their confidence back.
I think they definitely have the opportunity to get their confidence back. It's not something that they normally lack as a team. But at this point in time, the way RC Jupiter are playing, it feels more like Vector Z are going to have to hope for an RC Jupiter mistake as opposed to actually outplaying them. Because, like you say, mentality-wise, it does look a little bit like this Vector Z team is starting to show a few cracks. But I have yet to see any of the types of shots, the types of plays that Vector Z are actually capable of. Yes, they had good passing plays in the first two games. Yes, they had some decent shots in the first two games as well, especially the pinch that we saw from Spectre in K3. But that needs to change up now. And I know, and I've personally seen what players like K3 are capable of in terms of individual solo plays, the double touches, and it just hasn't been working for him at the moment. But I'm convinced if he keeps trying, we could see a potentially spectacular goal before the end of this series.
Okay, so go back a little bit back to the more solo queue mentality and not look for the extreme passing plays, but look for individual plays. Try to get your own game back on before you start looking for the team game. And oh my, what a set of saves there. The goal's now open, and K3 is able to finish that one. They're off to a good start for this one.
Yeah, and that was sheer pressure and domination from Crispy there. Crispy actually had 0 boost to start off that play. Still decided to stick in with it, though. Didn't opt to rotate out too quickly and manages to get the perfect pinch, the pinch of dreams with the sidewall, and a great 50 to get the block to open up the scoring for this Vector team. And K3 just comes out with the mop and just says, let's just give this a little bit of a cleanup, and absolutely no issue for him as Crispy gets a great block. Josh and putting it into the center, and it's going to be dangerous. But K3, a bit of a wasted hit, it's got to be said, straight into the path of Nutix, but Spectre with the follow, and this could be a little bit more risky for Turtle as he passes it straight into the path of K3. It's going to be dropping down, but nobody following early enough as Crispy doesn't expect the defense to miss that one. Probably rightfully so as well. It's always a risk challenging a little bit too early sometimes. Now Spectre potentially looking for the backflip onto a pass. Crispy looking infield for K3, not realizing he's actually not there. And that might suggest actually that the passing plays coming out from Vector, they're not based on great communication, it's based on great team chemistry. They always tend to know where each other are, but in that particular situation, not a great pass coming through.
Yeah, we see a good adjustments coming from them. Instead of looking for that clean, crispy play, they're going for...
Crispy! Sorry to cut you off there, but what a shot from Crispy! K3, what a pass!
What an angle! And this is what I was talking about. The idea of, okay, so we have two very aggressive players on RC Jupiter forward every time. There's not going to be a lot of defense on the backboard in the corners. Get someone in that corner, get the pass to them, and boom, we have a goal. Where we saw AC Jupiter struggling with those shots and trying to get them in. On the other hand, that is a good counter attack, and they at least bring it back to 1.
Yeah, so we said beforehand that this Vector team could pull off a spectacular goal by the end, and they did. And then Humble Turtle came back and said, right, no, time to stop being so humble, and it's time to just start being arrogant. I'm going to come in, and I'm going to absolutely shut down your run of play that you've had so far. It does so in spectacular fashion. What a great shot, and a great piece of play that we've seen in the last kind of minute of this game so far.
Humble Turtle transformed into Rumble Turtle and is ready to rock. What a beautiful play there, and I love that both these teams are now giving it their all in this penultimate match of this series. At least or no, actually not the penultimate, the ultimate match. It is the last match.
It is
all to play for.
This is it. Whoever wins this is going through to the next round. I have no doubt in my mind that if Vector loses, they are not going to be happy. They know they have the opportunity to close this out in a sweep fashion, but just managed to be pulled apart mentally by what was an extremely well-crafted RC Jupiter team on the rebound, shall we say, as they look for the second shot. Just joshing, can't get it over K3. Spectre looking to try and take it slow, and Nutix sees him and just says, missile incoming, and demos him for his troubles as Turtle tries to get it past Spectre. Now it's going to be Crispy taking out the play. K3 clearly limited boost, looking for all of the boost pads, and Spectre with a bad jump. Unfortunately for him, K3 is there for the follow. Nutix popping it over into his own corner. The boost steal from K3 is going to leave this a bit more difficult, but the touch coming through from Spectre a bit too strong and takes it past and out of the way of Crispy as K3 is forced to try and clear the backboard, and Turtle almost getting the dunk of the century, but Spectre coming in with an absolutely blinding save there, and somehow this game is still 2-1 to Vector.
Yeah, but on the other hand, we could see the clear difference here for RC Jupiter is that they are switching a little bit back from the full-on aggressive two-man offense, one defense move that we saw them have great success there, falling a little bit further back. I think they're now finally trying to be like, okay, we actually have a chance of winning this. Oh god, okay, what do we do now? We need to play as solid as possible instead of doing the like crazy random stuff and just all out aggression they were doing before. And it's kind of like giving them less of an edge than they had before this.
Yeah, I think once you've found your rhythm and once you've found your play style, stick to it. And that is exactly why, because normally they would have had a man coming in to defend that one, but Spectre is given so much time to get the good 50, so much time for Crispy to take that shot as nobody challenges, and that is an easy third goal for them. And this really isn't the way you wanted to see RC Jupiter potentially go out in this first round.
Yeah, definitely. And I love that we get such an interesting like match and already a lot of things to analyze and look at. And when you keep hearing me say like have two of those very aggressive players and play them forward, that not like automatically your defensive player is going to see two players up and is going to go, oh, I need to be as far back as possible because there's two players up. So you don't really need to communicate that as much as a defensive player because you just see what is happening and instinctively know I need to move a little bit further back. I can't be this far up because I already see both my teammates there. I don't need to be there. And it's something that more timid teams just fall away in, and that you have a second and third man that are both just a little bit too far up instead of that one really far back.
Definitely. Now as Turtle popping over to the side, it's a good pass, but not to his own team as K3 gets a great one into center. But fortunately for RC Jupiter, nobody following that one up as Spectre tries to drop it down for Crispy. That's a great pass. It's up on the backboard. He was looking for the double touch, but didn't take off as great as he'd like to, as K3 pops it around the side and the clock ticks down. He's looking for the demo. They're looking for the extra goal, but Vector Z, the first victors on stream for the day.
And what a well-played series for them. I mean, weaker third and fourth games, let's be honest. And that is saying nothing about RC Jupiter, who came back once they felt like, okay, we are going to lose this. We saw that after game 3, after they won. It's like, okay, guys, we can now go home. We're done. We got ourselves a win. We did good. And that's kind of the thing that is happening here. Like, they gave up the mentality of winning and played carefree, and that worked for them so well because they were so speedy. Um, and by the time we got to the fifth match, they just got a little bit more antsy and were not ready to do the same thing again.
And that's completely true. And I'm interested to see if going forward, the play style that Vector adopted in the first 2 matches, whether that can actually sweep a team, or whether every team who potentially might have been watching this game is going to turn around and say, okay, well, we know how to start off the game against them. We're just going to cause them so many issues and so many problems from the very off. They're not even going to win a game, because that appears to be what happened to them last week. They got 3-0 swept. And watching that team just there, the way they played those first 2 matches, I don't know how any team could sweep that.
Yeah, definitely. It's very curious to see the next the next game, and the next game we see them in, if they make it onto the stream again, how well Vector is faring and how they're adjusting to the rest of this. Also, like to get into a couple of other things, our next game is going to be I Got the Part for RC Saturn. This is not biased. This is pure coincidence that we have both RC teams on the roster this time. There's no bias. Don't worry. Where we do have a bias, on the other hand, is Matcherino, and we have a link in the chat where you can go to type in the code. I believe RC Weekly 04, and you add 50 cents to the prize pool completely free. It's a great deal for us, for you, for everyone. You don't even have to pay anything, and just add 50 cents to the prize pool for all the players that are playing for it. Like the team that wins gets that prize pool. So add your 50 cents to it.
Yeah, please do. We can obviously see the people watching. Please, 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 just put in that tiny bit of effort just to go onto the website. If you're already watching this, we know that you've got a device that is capable of going on to Matcherino. So unless you've got a real good excuse, like, oh, I tried to go on Matcherino and actually accidentally set off a nuke, like, unless there is a legitimate, somehow unfeasible reason that you can't do this, please do it, because these guys aren't playing. Well, they are playing just for fun, and I think that's why there's more of a reason to do it, because these guys aren't doing it for the money. But if they can get something, if they can get even a little something out of playing some great Rocket League that you guys are all going to get to see and witness in the finals as well, then give them a reason to play, give them a real reason to want to show up, to want to give you that level of play that you're dying, and I can tell you're all dying to see. But for now, we're going to be taking a very short break. We're going to be back next with I Got the Part versus RC Saturn. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Matcherino gives you the power to directly support your favorite tournaments and gaming scenes. Head over to this tournament's Matcherino page, sign in with your Twitch account, and if there's a coupon code, donate $1 for free by entering it. To help the prize pool grow even more, you can add a personal donation that will go directly to the players. You can also check out the rewards. If you see something you like, you can buy it and support the event. Rewards can be purchased through PayPal or with points that you accumulate by watching the stream. Best of all, contributions edge closer to the stretch goals, providing extra content for fans if the goal is reached. Esports communities are growing with your help. Get more of what you like by supporting now.
Sometimes I have to keep on breathing in. My lungs are filled with too much pain. All the shadows of the past that I'm so leaving, they held me in my sleepless nights. And I'm running
on fire. 1, 2, 1, 2. I love you. No. 1, 2, 1, 2. Don't stop. I'm on fire.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to RC Weekly's number 4. We've just seen Vector Z almost get reverse swept by RC Jupiter, but fortunately for them, managing to hold out in the final game to take the victory 3-2. And now we're back with another RC team, RC Saturn, facing off against I Got the Partner. Both of these teams, relatively unknown, haven't been in the last RC Weeklies. However, they did both get 3-0 sweeps in their first round stages. So we could be in for an absolutely fantastic match. I'm still Killsync, and I'm still joined by Gavastrian. Gavastrian, what are you expecting from this game? Or do you have any expectations?
I'm expecting a reasonable amount from this game. I Got the Part is a team that I've seen a couple of years ago in the old Urla days. They played against a team, a little known team with very unknown like players called. I think they just lost it, but it was against Okalit, Senzo, and Ahmed, I believe. So the now Sandrock Gaming, the legends that are stomping everyone. I've seen them play against I Got the Part, and I Got the Part did pretty well. They look to be one of the favorites for that one. And RC Saturn, on the other hand, also has players that have been around the Rocket Core scene and the Eurolast scene before that, I believe, even. I've seen Crookie and the likes a lot more, and I'm expecting a lot from both teams. I would love to see how they've grown since then, because this was already a time ago, and yeah, I wouldn't expect them to get the sweeps that they've got in the first round based on how they were playing back then. So I'm gonna expect a lot of improvements from them in a pretty good game.
Yeah, well, I think we're definitely both hoping for a great game. And before the game actually gets completely underway, they're going to be on the kickoff. We spoke about it before the break, and I'll speak about it now just briefly before this properly starts. But Matcherino, if you sign up to that, you can donate 50 cents to the prize pool for free using the code RCWeekly04. Please do it, and maybe these guys will give you some clip-worthy moments to look forward to. But the start of this game, and Mayday looking to find Virus. Virus looking for the redirect towards goal as Strona pops it over to the side, but Astrid is there to get the block. And Mayday up early, looking to pop it off onto the corner. Crookie, not the greatest of touches out, but Apollo following quickly. Astro that little bit quicker, and Virus putting it down into a dangerous area. But Crookie is going to be able to get the clear out to Apollo as Apollo challenges, and now it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to get back into any sort of defensive position. And with minimal boost the way of RC Saturn, this could be potentially difficult, but instead for them, fortunately, this I Got the Part team aren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, unable to capitalize for now, but they're still boost starving RC Saturn very well and are looking to capitalize on that. And it'll just be time. That's all they need for this, because we see Crookie and his team just looking to pick up small boost pads to try and get enough boost and trying to sneak up and get a big boost pad, but that's going to leave a lot of holes in their defense, and this could be how this entire game goes. Just the entire offense, the entirety throwing at RC Saturn, but they're holding out very well up till now, even with low boost.
They really are, and as the counter looks to transition, Apollo almost gets on target. This is likely to be a first goal, but can't squeeze it in, but can if he uses Astrid's nose, and he's a fortunate man right there. Crookie almost getting the miss, but a very, very lucky follow there.
Yeah, people call him Crookie, we call him Lucky. I mean lucky, sorry. My drawl sometimes gets in the way of actually saying anything good, but that was a pretty lucky goal there, Crookie, and you should probably thank Astrid for that one.
100%, and although they look the stronger team, coming out into this game, this I Got the Part, they started off a lot more what looked damaging, shall we say. It's really been RC Saturn with their first opportunity and the goal scored from it. Now that is everything you could possibly hope for in this game. But one of the things I want to kind of point out and kind of make a little nod to is that even though I got the Part is boost starving, this RC Saturn team's rotations is so unbelievably exceptional at the moment that they are utilizing every small boost pad on the pitch to make sure they've still got above 50, and that is incredible to see from any level of team. But a good pass from Astrid to Virus, but Virus can't keep it underneath the crossbar, potentially looking for that double touch, and Strona might look to whip it in center. Gets a great pass off of the sidewall, but no follow from Apollo quick enough. And that was a very interesting phrase, actually, and quite a bit of a tongue twister, shall we say. But Strona off of the back wall, looking to find Apollo again, and Mayday now forced to rotate back, and it's a bad infield pass as Apollo looks for the double touch, can't make the contact, and Crook looking to rob this Virus of its goal-saving opportunity, but can't manage it as Astrid looks to drop it down to Virus. Virus now with a follow. The follow is good, but Apollo again still there, managing to block out the shots, looking to get another one, but with zero boost now, it's going to be slow on the rotate back, missing all the minor boost pads along the way as well. Might take him out of play, and it could be difficult to deal with, but Apollo is eventually there on the backboard and then gets a good shot on target, but Astro will be there back in time to save the day.
Yeah, very good rotation back there from Astrid to get that defense going, but it seems that I Got the Part is kind of underestimating their opponent a little bit. They finally get their first goal on the board and tie up the series, but I want to see them play a little bit, like at least one player play a little bit further back, because RC Saturn is very good at clearing that ball at very unexpected moments.
They are, and that goal, I think it's worth saying, just came off of the back, really, of a little bit of a mishap, should we say, on the RC Saturn defense. We saw whiffs like that coming in, and it looks like it's going to cost them a second time, as we see back-to-back whiffs going the way of I Got the Part, and they managed to capitalize on those.
Yeah, this is kickoff goals 101, where you have your first player rushing for the ball, trying to get it, and their second player, I'm going to challenge right after that. Third player, like, I'm going to get boost. And then everybody, then everybody's just gone, and there's nobody home, and there's all of a sudden an open net because the 50-50 didn't go the way of the team that was playing aggressive.
Yeah, and a bad touch from Strona is going to leave a good pass from Astrid to Virus, and Mayday up really early, looking for that backboard touch, and Astrid's going to be on the follow there, might be able to beat Crookie to it, gets it off of the corner, and this is going to be a great shot. Astrid, you beauty.
That was a very good car control with the spinnies and the winnies, just to get that last second touch on there and get it past the defender who was already going for it. Even dodging out Virus, who tried to help with that goal as well. And the defense was just not ready. No one was in net able to challenge that one and get in front of that air dribble fast enough. So rotational positioning is still something that seems to be lacking for RC Saturn, even though they did very well with their defense at first.
Yeah, and Virus there going for a bit of a cheeky shot. I think it's got to be said, definitely would have got the goal if he just played it a bit more calculated and a bit calmer and, should we say, more professional. But nevertheless, not managing to get the goal, but still 2 goals to the good at the moment, as Mayday is just looking to cause a bit of a disruption in that offense. And Virus now looking for the flip reset, gets it, but actually takes it away from the goal as opposed to it. Gets a fortunate pickup of the 100 boost. He's going to be able to turn for it as well. Astrid just doinking it onto his car, looking to take it up with the sidewall. We just saw how capable he is at getting those air dribbles going. And as the clock runs down, this I Got the Part team is just letting it as 50 after 50 comes through, and nobody is going to prevail. The winner of them as a good pass off the sidewall, and Mayday looking to increase the lead. But at this point in time, it looks like the ball is set to drop as Virus looks in field, and I Got the Part take game number 1.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a couple of tendencies here, especially from RC Saturn, that are a little bit worrisome. They look like a team that wants to be aggressively positioned, but aren't reading I Got the Parts touches that well just yet. They are stuck in no man's land more often than not. The ball either falling too far too far behind them or in front of them for them to actually challenge or get to the ball. So they just stand there and wait and see if they can get a challenge after a touch from an opponent. While I Got the Part is so strong with their touches that it doesn't really matter that they have like a small runway and they can just boom that one past any defender. So too much room given to I Got the Part, a little bit too much respect. Saturn needs to turn that respect down and start playing a little bit more dirty, a little bit more speedy, and stop standing still waiting for a ball.
Yeah, 100%. And RC Saturn, they never, even though they got their first goal, it didn't really come off of the back of a, shall we say, a phenomenal play. from RC Saturn. It came more off of the part of I got the part not really being in the right mind frame walking into this game. But when they picked up, they really did look like the stronger team. And I've got a feeling that we haven't seen all there is of I got the part yet. But RC Jupiter, if RC Saturn, sorry, if they can do anything like RC Jupiter did last game, they will have an absolutely great response to this team.
Definitely, and I really want that to be the case. Let's go for all best of fives, going to 5 throughout the entire tournament, so we can get as much good Rocket League gameplay. And other good things have happened. You know that Mascherino page? Someone called Nathan donated $7 or €7 or 7. I don't know what currency exactly it is, but a multitude of 7 somethings was donated to the prize pool, and that's very much appreciated. So shout out to him.
Yeah, what we are aware of is it definitely wasn't 7 pennies. Otherwise, we wouldn't be calling you out. But thank you very, very much, and hopefully it might inspire some other people to go onto that Matcherino page and even just sign up for free. Just donate for free. That in itself donates 50 cents to the page. But now back to the game as Apollo tries to find the opener for this I got the part team. Strana now looking off of the ceiling. Now with 0 boost, he's going to be left free falling, and Crookie with 0 as well. And this is a potentially dangerous situation you don't want to be in, as Virus is going to be able to get the touch off of the backboard, probably looking to follow this. Manages to get the touch infield. I don't think Mayday was expecting it that much. It was an absolutely phenomenal pass, but sometimes passes like that are just a little bit too good, as Astrid tries to find the re-correcting of his car, and Virus potentially looking for the double touch, but Mayday! And it is an absolute Mayday for this RC Saturn team.
Yeah, the beautiful pass into the corner, and the demo just left everything so far open. Strana trying to reach for that ball. You know that feeling when you want to grab something off the top shelf and your fingers just can't reach it. You're just sliding it back, and the one time you touch it, you push it a little bit further away. That was probably the feeling we saw there from Strana.
It really was, and it hurts to see because they've been playing so well. But now this I got the part team, I've noticed that Virus actually is quite the, should we say, the mechanical gift of this game. It looks so far, really trying to incorporate those twists, those turns, the ballet steps, shall we say, as Mayday now looking for the target again after a great pass from Virus. Astrid might look for the backboard, does look for it, almost gets the read on it as well, does, puts it into a dangerous position. And what is this RC Saturn team doing? I'm not sure how they've got away with that on the defense, but they have, and they'll take it as Crookie tries to get it past one, does, and Astrid is the demoer, the destroyer of one player. Virus flicking it over to the side, tries to get it past Apollo as well, can't do it. Astrid with the miss, but Apollo as well with the miss, but fakes out Mayday, and this is just carnage at the moment. Neither team are looking comfortable in any position on the field, and it looks like these teams just need to reset at this point in time. But they're going to get the chance to do so as Crookie ties up the game.
Yeah, perfect amount of reset. A little bit less time on the clock for that one, but it's still going to be an all level playing field from here on out. And yeah, it seems like both teams really want to pick up their speed a little bit too much. They want to outpace the opponent instead of looking for maybe changing up their change them up a little bit or switch them out a little bit, like changing up something else instead of I need to go faster. And it seems that both teams thrive on this chaos, but it's really it feels like a coin toss who is going to come on top with that one.
It really does, and Strana putting it into the midfield, but that is a phenomenal passing play and a great cutout from, I think it was Astrid. As Strana looks to get it upfield, Astrid reading it perfectly, and that is the most pinpoint precision pass you will see in Rocket League today.
Yeah, well, you never know. Vector had some beautiful moments as well, and there are still a lot of good teams waiting, but it's at least the best one we've seen for now.
It definitely is, as Apollo now looks to transition and get that equalizer that they've been so waiting for. The first time they got it, and now they're left trying to do it again, but with Virus with a great shot. Mayday didn't even need to touch it, was already going in, but he says, I can't let the Virus take control, as Mayday finishes off for, again, a 2-goal deficit for this RC Saturn team.
Yeah, man, it's going on goal. It's going on goal. It's going in already. No, wait, I got it. Let me get it. I'll get it in for you. No, it's already going in. You don't have to touch it. But I got it. Don't worry. Yay. See, it went in.
Yep, I definitely feel like I've had that conversation with my teammates, except what happens is usually, no, it's going in, don't touch it. Teammate touches it, puts it out of the way of goal, and I end up saying, yep, no, that's enough Rocket League for today. But here, unfortunately, they don't have that privilege to do that if any team misses. But Crookie is going to get 1 goal back amidst the narrative we were giving for this game, as a good little flick over 2 players takes it to an open net.
Yeah, to flick over 2 players, and the third one was caught napping, coming out of the corner for boost. Probably not expecting such a quick counter attack from happening, and that's kind of the thing that happens if you play it on a speed where it almost feels a little bit uncomfortable. You start making small rotational mistakes you're not used to when you need to get back, and when somebody misses a ball, that can throw you off and throw your timing off, and not have anyone back.
It can, and as we see the demo coming out from, I think it was Apollo, onto the defense, takes himself completely out of the play, and unfortunately for him, no one following up from his own team. But that's looking like a good shot, and it might just go in, but my word, it's managed to bounce off of the side post, and somehow it hasn't even gone toward the goal. And Apollo trying to finish this off, and I just feel so sorry for RC Saturn at this point in time. They've done so well to get the chances flowing, but they just cannot convert. They can't find that final touch as Astrid takes it away from the goal. Apollo is going to need to get a good pass center here. Does so, looking to follow it up himself, looking to try and get that block onto Mayday and Virus, and Crookie now with the shot, and Astrid a better touch, clearing it off onto the opposite corner now. Strona still trying to keep this play alive. It's going to be Crookie following this one in as well, but with 0 boost, it might get taken over Apollo. Apollo pushes it into the corner. Virus now looking for his teammate. Astrid off into the corner, and it's going to be a good pass setup for Mayday, who finishes that one off, and is 4-2 in the game.
Yeah, that was one moment where Mayday needed to touch it to get it in, and it's very good to see. But rotation-wise, what was that from RC Saturn? Both players rotating ball side, nobody coming from the other side to even be able to challenge that ball very well. 2 shadowing position players is a bit messy. You need to rotate away from the ball, guys. It's going to give you a lot more viewing on the field. It's going to give you a lot better chance to get a shot in. Please do that. Although, this is working. 1 more goal, 8 seconds. Can they do it?
Yeah, they definitely can. We all know how damaging kickoff goals can be, but Mayday there, maybe panicking a little bit too much. Didn't need to make that challenge there. They had the 8 seconds, just let the timer tick down. It looked likely that they were going to potentially score from that situation anyway, but Mayday now trying to make up for the errors of that final moment a second ago as Crookie gets it clear. Apollo looking for the touch. This could be dangerous. This could be the goal they're looking for, but some good touches from Virus, an attempted put down, and Mayday with the miss. That could be huge. Now they've only got 1 in defense, but it is Astrid. It's a good play, and that demo coming out is going to be unbelievably pivotal to drop the ball down, and I got the part, taking game number 2. And is the sweep for them going to continue?
Yeah, and this is the moment where you see bumps and demos are so important. That could have easily been a goal for our RC Saturn, but the demo was there, taking out that one player that was already ready to receive that ball and pop it into the net with no real defender being able to challenge them, except with a very awkward touch that might result in a goal anyway. Just beautiful head, like on your feet thinking there, and it's looking very much like I got this part down. They are looking to take it and looking to run away with this. But RC Saturn are not, I don't think they're out of it yet. They seem like a team that can definitely come back, use the kind of chaos, and maybe slow it down a little bit. Try to keep some control of the ball a little bit more and looking for those passes. And because when we see a flick or a good touch happening, I got the part gets outplayed because they're just a little bit too far forward. So I want to see this from RC Saturn. Take a bit more time, get a better touch or a better flick, and get it past that defense.
Definitely. And I think we speak about it a lot. We speak about the fact that points don't really matter in a game of Rocket League. That's usually fair to say. But I think what the points do sometimes reflect is how a team is playing as a team. Now, I got the part coming out fairly standard across the board. Mayday coming out with a few more points. But that's because, scoring 3 of the goals, that will get you that. But across the board, they're fairly equal. They are playing as a team. Every goal assisted. RC Saturn, on the other hand, it's a completely different kind of scene. It's a completely different scenario. Strona coming out, no goals, no assists, no saves. Now that is actually fine if you've played as a team, but it's fair to say at this point that's not really what's been happening. It has been all Crookie. It's been all him just trying to create these plays. Now, that's unfair to say that it's just Crookie that we've been seeing, but when it comes to the saves and everything, it really has been Crookie that's been pivotal to the defense of this RC Saturn team. That can't be the case. You have to have all three players rotating properly, being in that defensive position to help out your team. It just feels like this RC Saturn team isn't settled.
Yeah, it's that in combination with a little bit, maybe the idea of a bit of a trust issue, or they really want to have defined roles, like have one player be more that laid back behind person because they don't trust him in offense very well, or they're just not able to keep up as well, or they're just not getting the room because Crookie and Apollo, like both those players, they're very strong up forward players. Especially Crookie looks like a player who wants to win this, who wants to work and give it his all, and he might be suffocating his teammates a little bit because of it.
Yeah, I've got to admit, it does actually feel like that sometimes. But Mayday with a great pass in, and Crookie with the miss. Strona there to clean up the mess that time. And Astrid off of the sidewall looking for Virus. Virus getting demoed. And Mayday still following this one up. Still trying to cause a bit of an issue. Trying to get that block onto Apollo. It's going to go perfectly to Virus now, who's going to look to try and take this as an air dribble. Might have got the flip reset. Does! And this could be beautiful, but can't find that final block. And that is just showcasing the sheer quality of mechanical play that Virus can present.
Yeah, virus is deadly is a phrase that's being used a lot in the world these days, but also on this pitch we can see a perfect representation of that. The precision and the way he attacks the ball is outstanding among his peers, and he is one of those carries, just like Crookie on the other side, like a very strong player, but he gives the rest of his team so much room to play as well. And it's just when he gets a chance, he'll have stand-up moments, but he will not outshine his teammates at any point.
Yeah, and that's really the key point, as Crookie there takes it past one of his own teammates, getting it off onto the sidewall, and RC Saturn, they really don't look too comfortable on defense as Strona goes and challenges that one, even though Crookie is on the back wall already, and Apollo managing to pop that off onto the sidewall, onto the corner, as Virus now maybe looking to get it back to Mayday, but instead opts not to touch it, and that's quite a surprising play, but nevertheless still managing to keep the aggression there, still managing to keep the possession and the play going as Virus pops it onto the sidewall, looking for the infield pass. Crookie going to be the one following, looking for Apollo. Apollo, no boost though, and won't be able to beat out Mayday for that one, as Mayday allows Astrid to just take it, looking for that side boost, doesn't realize it's not there. Good pinch leading to the midfield, and Virus might look to take this up at the wall. We know the mechanical abilities, we've spoken about it plenty of times, looking for Mayday, managing to find him at Mayday, not the greatest of touches, and it's unfortunate as Virus tries to get a pinch with the wall, and nothing is going to come out for either team at the moment, as it just hovers now in the midfield.
Yeah, and it almost felt like a ghost hit there from Mayday. Just nothing really happening with the ball. It did it for a minute, and then was like, no, nothing happened. I'm just going to move on. Like nothing happened. Nothing to see here, just leaving. But good chance here for Crookie, and I like that RC Saturn is keeping this game level for now. They have a very good chance of at least getting one goal in with the Chaos, and the way they are playing, they have outstanding moments, especially a Crookie that can put the team on his back. But maybe it's the passing play with Apollo that eventually does it in. It doesn't seem likely, but now at least they're on the attack and could look for that goal that decides this game.
Definitely, and I've got to admit, I was hoping for a slightly better shot from Apollo there. The pass was unbelievably beautiful. Could have really led to a great goal, as the triple commit comes out for this I Got the Park team, and somehow not punished for it, as Astrid is up early, managing to get the bump. It's going to go dangerously in front of goal. I don't think anybody was expecting Astrid to get that good a touch, but Virus, what an angle, what a shot, and what a way to open up the scoring in what could potentially be the final game.
Yeah, Strona caught out of position once again, and you see a desperate attempt of a save by another team member for RC Saturn. It just doesn't seem to be enough right now. It's just not strong enough of a team to get into the into this one. It might be the reliance on power plays from one player, and one goal falls, and the team seems to be falling apart now.
Yeah, and I've got to say, that was a great recovery onto the ceiling from Astrid, managing to get the flick as well, putting it up onto the corner and forcing a great 50 going the way of Mayday, managing to increase that lead to 2 goals. And in what is potentially a final match, we see all 3 players fake it. That's got to be great. That's just something you don't see often. The triple fake coming through from both teams as they make the same decisions on how to complete that kickoff, and that was something magical, especially when we know these teams did not discuss doing that beforehand.
Is this real life, or is this a fantasy? You do not see this. I have not seen this kind of like weird mind game fake since the marathon stream where they were messing with Violent Panda, pretending to disconnect by all driving in circles. It's one of those unicorn moments. You don't see it that often, but that was amazing.
It really was, and you almost stop to wonder, because you can sort of understand why. Oh, the double touch! Oh, I'm gonna stop! Oh, that was so close. I've got to say it. That was so close. It looked like they were about to get the goal. But yeah, like you say, it's one of those moments. What possessed the I Got the Part team to do it? Because I can understand why RC Saturn might have felt like they needed to switch something up. But why I Got the Part? What was the thinking behind that? But Cricky managing to decrease that lead for this I Got the Part team as, again, a solo flick from him, but a great bump from Apollo coming out.
Yeah, the bump was good. The flick was strong on target. You can see the skill that Crookie has, and when he and his teammates click in the offense, it works very well. And yeah, about that, I think. Oh, about that. That was a bit dirty. I think they finally are giving the goal back that Astrid gave them at the beginning of this series.
Yeah, that was uncomfortable to watch, especially as it looked as if RC Saturn might be in the contention to maybe pull this back, but now it's looking further out of their grasp, and there's only 17 seconds counts down on the clock. We don't have much time left, and RC Saturn need a response immediately. Right now, they have no time whatsoever, but it's not going to be enough as we see the I Got the Part team getting 2 sweeps in this tournament so far, and they are on a roll.
And what a strong showing it was. We haven't seen perfect play from them. It wasn't the sweep of the century where you think, oh, that's complete control. They're not going to let their opponent score anything, and it's just going to be them all the way this entire game. No, RC Saturn had their moments. It's just they need to work on their team play a little bit to get and then they can start taking games from teams like I Got the Part. I think individually these players are skilled enough. It's just they need to be able to find each other just that little bit more. And for I Got the Part, there are some very strong teams out there. They're looking good, but I didn't see like the structured passing plays or the kind of high level mechanic, or not really the high level mechanics, but more the high level decision making that some of the other teams are showing. And maybe they keep that for when they actually face those teams. But maybe it's something they're going to have to adjust to on the fly when they start meeting up against those teams in the further rounds.
Completely. And with that, the further rounds, as we discussed them, we're going to be seeing 2 teams who are actually already finished, I believe. Obviously, correct me if I'm wrong here, but as far as I'm aware, we're now going to be seeing We Dem Bots versus Booty Bouncers. Now, they are some great names, and I've got to actually say, this Booty Bouncers team is a team I'm very, very familiar with. And I've got to say, it's an unfortunate familiarity with them, because I actually played them yesterday, or rather Thursday, sorry, in the Belong Arena, and they absolutely crushed me and my team. So there is a obviously a mild part of me thinking, wow, I can't believe these guys beat me, and now they're in this tournament, and I'm going to have to watch them and comment on the fact that this team was better than me, and anything they do wrong, I probably did worse on Thursday. But nevertheless, they're going to be facing up against We Dem Bots. Both teams not beating out their opponents in sweeping fashions. But what was interesting is We Dem Bots getting through the first round with a disqualification victory, and then only managing to 3-2 cheese roll in the next round. Booty Bouncers, however, beating out Marvy Fake 3-1. So it's going to be interesting seeing those. But I think for now, we're going to be taking a short break. But before that, Matcherino. Remember, guys, if you go on to Matcherino and you sign up and you use the code RCWeekly04, you can donate 50 cents for free to the prize pool for today. We've already had, as we mentioned earlier, Nathan donating $7, pounds, euros. I'm not entirely sure, as we've discussed, what the currency is, but it was something, and it was lovely to see. It's lovely to see the integration from the community there, helping out and really adding to these guys playing. But go on to Matcherino, !! prize pool in the chat. It will give you the link to it. But for now, take a short break and we will see you very soon.
stand listening to cracking Jerry the entire time while he's trying to make plays, but all you hear is
Yeah, I definitely have to admit there are some players that I've played with who even if I didn't win that 100, I would probably have bought them a new headset myself by now, because all I'll hear is I can't bought, and then what you'll hear is I told you I was going for that, and it's just like, well, really? Nobody heard you. And it's an unfortunate part that you get with the game, I think it's fair to say. But we then bought some booty bouncers. We don't know, I think it's fair to say, too much about these two teams, so it's going to be relatively interesting going into it. Obviously, like I say, I've played against one of them, but that was with 2 Diamond 3 teammates and just myself. And when you're paired against 3 grand champs, and 3 decent grand champs at that, it's a relatively difficult match, let's say. So this one should hopefully be a bit closer, and we might just see what these teams have to offer.
So, Kelly, which one of the teams was the one that bullied you? And can you show us on this doll where they bullied you?
They did it here and here, and it was horrible. But yeah, booty bouncers just obliterated me. It was horrifying. I'll never play a game of Rocket League again. I'm just going to stick to casting for now on. But nevertheless, we've still got to watch them play. I've still got to relive the trauma, the PTSD kicking in for me, as Sketch now clearing it out to Bubbly, and Bubbly looking for the open goal, and it's a great shot on target. Dragon is there, breathing fire, stopping that, progressing, and now Mystic coming in, might get the pass, gets the bait instead. Dragon trying to keep it alive, trying to put it on target. Sketch looking to clear it out, but Mystic with a great turn immediately and gets it into a troubling situation. Bubbly not the greatest pinch. Sketch needs to be up, beats out Dragon, might look for the double touch as well. Can't get that one. Dragon now maybe looking to pop it over Bubbly, but Bubbly is going to have an easy save for that one as Leo passes it center for Sketch, and Sketch booming shot, and again it's Dragon left back on the clear, and this might be something that we see relatively often from this team. I'm not so sure, as Bubbly opens up the scoring from a mishap on the defense.
It's very interesting because at the start of the game, We Them Bots seemed like a team that wanted to put on the pressure and just keep pushing and was ready for all these counterattacks and got the saves to prove it. But then at some point, the tides just turned very quickly, and this time We Them Bots was not ready for it, leaving the goal a little bit too far open. Everybody scrambling to get back. Nobody ready for a good touch there, and yeah, we got a goal. The first one goes to Booty Bouncers.
It does, and now Leo looking to take it out slowly. Gets it past one, looking for the flip reset, gets it! Leo! What is that? You can't do that to people!
I can understand your PTSD flashbacks, man. This is disgusting. What a play. On the other hand, I gotta say, as a defender, challenge them more quickly. Don't give them the time to do this to you, man. You don't want to get posterized by Shaq. You don't want to get posterized by Jordan. And you don't want to be posterized by Leo. So challenge them early, challenge them quick, and don't let them even get close to the rim with this one.
Yeah, but now they're looking to close the deficit ever so slightly as they managed to pull the 1 goal back, and We Them Bots not playing like bots at all, as that is a absolute rip for the team they are playing.
Yeah, the defense there were people in net, but they were positions in very awkward moments, and with all the control there, the flick was good, a little bit too high, but the follow up and the read back down was very good. So that overall great play there to get them on the board for this series, and hopefully they can continue this one so we can have a real slammer of a game.
Definitely, in Sketch managing to find the roof of Leo as Dragon looks for a pass to Mystic. What a pass, but can't squeeze it underneath the post, shall we say. But Rip again coming through, proving to be the eliminator for this team and just closing off every single shot he gets.
Oh, I like what Sketch was doing there. It was a little bit slow on the trigger to block that one, but I do like that there was the idea of a challenge. It wasn't completely fumbling, because what you see a lot with these teams is with teams is that, not these teams specifically, but with teams, is that they have a challenge ready for a shot, but when it bounces awkwardly, they have no one to react to. But Sketch seemed to be almost ready for that one, and I like to see that, because that means there's a good chance none of those balls will ever be easy to shoot in, because there's always someone challenging.
It is, but this at the moment, Rip is just not seeming to miss these shots. 5 shots and 3 goals. Okay, clearly missing 2 or being safe, should we say, but that pass from Dragon, unbelievably brilliant, managing to find his target perfectly, and Rip really is digging the grave for these booty bouncers.
Yeah, Whedon Bots just show so much control offensively. They have that two-man aggressive rotation and readiness to pass to each other. And it seems like Booty Bouncers, while they are playing very well and have very strong offense, they do not really seem that comfortable in their defense. It seems that they get pushed out into defense, and it gets awkward, and their boost gets stolen a little bit, and they don't know how to react just yet. So they're gonna have to adjust to the pressure play that is coming out of Whedon Bots right now.
Definitely. And Whedon Bots almost feels like they changed mid-game, because right at the very start, they just were not this active and aggressive, and then they just suddenly switched up. But it's working for them as Dragon tries to get another one in field. Can't get the block onto Bubbly. Bubbly trying to get this one out, but with 0 boost, Leo is left trying to help as Rip forces it onto the sidewall right to Bubbly, and that is a bit of a miscommunication. I think Bubbly needed to go for that, but the bump coming onto Leo is going to take out the final defender in goal as Mystic getting the first non-Rip goal for this team.
And it is Executive Cat Mystic that nails the shot, but the demo, or the bump rather, was the key factor there. And I love these kind of team plays. I love the way Whedon Bots are playing, because they are taking faith in their own hands. They're looking for demos. They're looking for bumps. Everything is within their control. They decide what happens on the field because they are that aggressive and that active, and they don't wait for a mistake from their opponents. And that is, for now, seems to Booty Bouncer not ready to play against this kind of force.
They're really not, as Mystic forces it onto the ceiling, and it is a difficult shot. Leo managing to get the double touch, taking it past Dragon. And Mystic on the follow, looking for the double, doesn't manage to get the touch. Clearly the communication not there either, as Dragon tries to make a challenge, and this is just awkward for this Whedon Bots team, but fortunately for them, Booty Bouncer's not able to get the ball in the net. And now Mystic to Dragon. Dragon looking for the sidewall. Might look to follow it up as well, but he's going to leave it to Rip as he tries to pick up that 100 boost. Leaves it to see what Sketch is doing. The follow from Mystic a little bit too slow. All getting passed over the top. And Dragon a little bit slow to challenge that one. But fortunately for him, Bubbly even slower. As Rip now facing off against Sketch. It goes dangerously above the crossbar and straight into the net. And Bubbly is there waiting to pick it off.
Oh, you could see this one coming from a mile away. The last 30 seconds of gameplay for Whedon Bots just seemed out of character almost. They were not ready for any of the good touches. They were not ready to get anything good done on the ball after one of their players challenged the ball. So it was inevitable with a team that has like high caliber strikers and like players. They need an inch and they will take the goal with ease. But now with the seconds counting down, they are really looking to finish this one. But Mystic, very smart, grounds the ball and they take the win. But it's looking like they need to show no mistakes if they want to take this one in a sweep.
Yeah, I've got to admit, with these two teams right now, Booty Bouncers started off better. The first minute of play, they seemed to just completely control them. Whedon Bots, the next 3 minutes or so, the middle part of that match, they just absolutely owned it. They controlled it. Everything they did, everything they didn't do, still seemed to be under their control and under their influence. But then in that final minute, we saw what Booty Bouncers was capable of again. And I think if we see a few, should we say, fewer mistakes coming out from Whedon Bots, then maybe we could be seeing a sweep come in the way of Whedon Bots. Booty Bouncers have really got to have some sort of response and reply for this Whedon Bots offense.
But I have to say, Leonid is changing cars now, so the mental switch for that one is going to be is going to come in. If it's going to be helpful or hurting you, we don't know. And I mean, switching cars has always been an interesting one. But I do have to say, I'm very curious to what Booty Bouncers can do, because I've seen them have very high individual skill. So if you give them too much room, they will do something. They will do something nutty and get a goal. But they are not showing the same extreme, like passing plays and pressure and everything that comes with a very orchestrated team. Where Whedon Bots show that more. So I think Whedon Bots has it on flexibility, but just needs to play clean because any mistake can be fatal.
It really could be, and immediately Leo is trying to get some sort of goal or just possession going. The sketch with a miss, and now it's going to be Mystic and Dragon following up. Dragon taken out of the way, and Mystic might look center for Rip, and it's a great pass, but Rip can't respond quickly enough. Manages to try and put it back on target, but Bubbly just dropping it onto the roof of his car. Mystic, that's a great touch, and the follow coming through from Rip, and it just always seems to be Rip in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and it's always the defenders in the wrong place at the wrong time with this one. Again, we see all the players coming from where? Ball side. So they're kind of shadowing, and then they see the pass or they see the touch coming. They know it's not in, but they don't see or they weren't ready for somebody actually taking the shot. And if you have someone that comes from the other side, that works a lot better, because then you can see that it's a pass and not a shot, and you can still challenge the pass, get in the passing lane. So I want to see a little bit cleaner rotations there for them to get back into this one.
I can understand that, and as the ball drops dangerously down, Leo is able to get clear. Dragon again looking infield for Mystic, but that's a bad pass, but Leo can't find the target, and they're given a lifeline as Mystic flicks it over one, and now it's going to be a 2-on-1 potentially. Not the greatest pass. Dragon off into the corner, and Rip trying to follow in a good position again. Mystic's going to do a turn right in the middle of the field, but Bubbly is able to get the block on, and a pinch from Dragon, sending it off into the corner. A great demo, and it's going to be another attempted bump onto Rip, but can't get it as Mystic slows down play beautifully, but Leo is able, or at least attempting, to get it past one. And Bubbly with the miss here, and that's going to allow Rip the opportunity to score, but the bump can't come through as Mystic puts it off onto the sidewall. It's going to go into possession for the Booty Bouncers as Rip drops it down. Mystic following up, getting a good touch. Might go over the top of Leo, but doesn't, as Dragon looks to try and cause an issue now, and Leo is left with minimal boost, trying to clear the lines as Mystic again looking for the shot pass in field from Leo to Bubbly, but demoed upfield is Sketch, and now they're going to be forced back ever so slightly into a more defensive stance as Mystic puts it high off of that side wall. Dragon looking to follow, but not quickly enough as Bubbly gets it off into the corner looking for that center field pass to Leo. Leo managing to get it, leaving the ball, opting for the bump, and this time though Mystic winning the 50. The pass coming over to Mystic again as Rip turns on it. Is going to look to get a good pass to Mystic. It's a great pass. Can he get a good goal though? No, because Sketch is there to save the day. What a save from him.
I love the fact that Whedon Balls do not overcommit to try and get that goal. They were looking for bumps, they were looking for demos after the shot was missed to clear the way for their final player to get that one in. And I'm very happy they didn't go for that. But Rip now finds another kink in the armor for the Booty Bouncers and takes another goal.
Yeah, if there is one statistic that Rip is going to be winning on today, I have no doubt in my mind it's going to be shots and goals, because this man, every single time a ball goes dangerously close, he just seems to teleport out of nowhere and is there to take the goal. And it might be the case again, but this time Sketch is going to be the one taking it into the path of Dragon though, and Dragon's able to get the stop. Leo's still trying to cause a bit of an issue. The attempted demo coming through from Bubbly onto Dragon is worth noting, not really the best decision, because Dragon had zero boost. Even if he gets the demo, all he does is just puts him into a position to defend as Bubbly puts it high, and Dragon is going to loft it into his own corner, letting Rip take a bit more control. Sketch pushing a little bit too far up, going to be taken out of the play. Might be able to get the second touch though, but unfortunately for him isn't able to find the target as Rip puts it off onto the side, and now looking to drop it down, and Leo with the miss, and this is going to be Mystic coming in over the top, but now Dragon to take it slow. What a bait, what a play, what a way to get to 3.
Yeah, the bait is perfect and switch is even better. Dragon, instead of going for the shot, what all the defenders were waiting for, Booty Bouncers were ready and waiting to bounce on a hard, good shot. He just takes it up on the hood, dribbles it a little bit, and then just knocks it towards the net with a good flick. And that kind of adaptability gives you a free goal, apparently. Good work on Dragon, I think.
I mean, I don't even know what to say to that. You can even see every player on the pitch. At this point, it's just okay, let's just stop. What just happened? Sketch, you can almost see the speech bubble coming up from his card just saying WTF. Because what? What just happened?
I mean, question marks for everyone. on the field, and we almost see another one bouncing in off the 50-50, and it's those kind of 50-50s. Just a PSA for everyone out there who wants to play ranked and do the kind of crazy stuff like rank up. Stop taking 50-50s in your own corner when you are not between the ball and the goal, because it can bounce easily towards net, and we see this happening way too often. So keep in mind of your 50-50s, people, please.
Definitely. We even discussed it earlier on in a series. I think it was the first series we watched where a 50 went that way, and we questioned how they happened. But this is going to be a good pass to Dragon. Oh, Dragon! Oh, the tiniest of doinks, but it takes it over any car, flat or fat. It just doesn't matter. Rip with a great pass infield and little just over the top of Leo. Beautiful goal, and 5-0 the deficit, and it really is looking like a domination.
Yeah, and for me, Dragon in this way starts to look like a D&D dragon, where sometimes it's like this ancient red dragon that comes out, sweeps, and blows a good goal in there. Sometimes a slithery green one that just sneaks in with a good flick. And then this, just a simple, familiar Fey dragon that's like, I'm a help, blop, and it just falls in as well. So he can do the entire spectrum of dragonhood, it seems. And Dragon, this is showing us why dragons are cool.
Really is, and every player on the team is just playing unbelievably phenomenal right now. They just are gelling so well. The passing plays are there, they're in the right positions, and it's just working for them. And if they continue this going into game number 3, it's going to look like a pretty easy sweep for WeDemBots. You obviously don't want to say it as Sketch showing us what he can do, and we just need to see that going forward into the next game, into the right goal. But Sketch, I like it. I like the fact that I can actually see you went for that as well. That's nice. We enjoy that.
Yeah, it's doing like, okay, guys, we can score. We'll test on this goal first. We're losing this one anyway. But the next time, other goal. We're doing it. This is going to be us. But it's still a very uphill battle, very hard one to win, because WeDemBots is just showing at all points that they're just that little bit quicker, a little bit better positioned, and it's the positioning mistakes specifically from the booty bouncers that are giving WeDemBots so much room to play. All of the rotations coming ball side and just not able to rotate well enough or grab a boost pad here or there and then get back into goal. It just creates these moments, these little rips in the fabric of your defense, and players like Dragon and Rip just bounce right through those and get the goals because of it.
They do, but like I've said, I mean, I've seen what booty bouncers are capable of doing, and I know full well that they can play better than how they're playing right now. But if they don't show everybody else this, nobody's going to believe it, shall we say? But this needs to step up a pace, because booty bouncers aren't even playing that terribly. It's worth saying. It's just that WeDemBots are playing brilliantly. Everything they do is right, and that's sometimes if you've got two teams who are quite evenly matched, shall we say, one team can look like they're absolutely outclassing the other just on the sheer premise of winning 6-0, even though realistically the two teams are fairly close. It's just that there is one element, one aspect of the play style between both teams that is just absolutely shutting down the teams. Booty bouncers, I don't quite think they're used to this level, this quality of shooting coming through, the quality of passing, the speed, the sheer pressure, the sheer determination and will from WeDemBots. And it's taken them a little bit off track, off their own mindset. And hopefully we'll see a different booty bouncers coming into this third game. But what do you think? What do you think is going to happen here? Do you think booty bouncers have a chance? Do they even look like they've had a glimmer of hope so far?
I can give them one very big chance, and it is called the Caster's Curse. How cathartic does it feel that your bullies are being completely bullied? And would you like to see that continue in this game 3?
I am actually I'm gonna say, fortunately for me, I'm relatively. No, this is going to be a complete lie. I'm not humble in defeat at all. There is part of me that would feel unbelievably satisfied to watch booty bouncers get 3-0'd, but at the same time, these guys have shown a sheer level of class that for me, I would like them to get at least a game just to say, look, we can win, we are good enough, we deserve to be here, because at the moment they're getting absolutely outpaced and outclassed, as Rip might make it one, but Leo with the great save coming in, and that's the glimmer of hope that we were looking for this Booty Bouncer team.
Yeah, just making sure they keep their goal empty. But as you can see, they are still feeling very confident in Rip every time. Like I already said, like the fabric of your defense, but I think this man rips the fabric of space and time to just be at the right point at the right time, just cheating a little bit and ripping through that and getting all these goals.
Yeah, he is the crack that nobody wants to see appear in the armor. He is that chink where most people, it's their own team, their own undoing. For this Booty Bouncers team, their undoing is Rip in its entirety. And now Dragon looking to follow this one through. Rip is going to look to pass it over to Dragon, maybe. Dragon looking for Mystic, is bouncing up off of the ceiling, and Leo has read it well, fortunately, looking for that double touch, looking to try and cause an issue. And Dragon comes in and just breathes fire down the neck of Leo and dominates him as Mystic gets a good pass in field. Dragon might be able to close this up, but not able to jump quickly enough. Reaction time would have needed to have been basically impossible levels to be able to get that one in the back of the net, as Dragon now looks to take it out past Bubbly. Leo is there though, looking for the flip, still has the boost, might be able to get it over Rip, but Rip with a good little block coming in, and Dragon just faking out the challenge midfield, and Rip with the top corner and still can't get it in. This might be a counter-attacking goal as Dragon baits out the hit to the right, sorry, and that was a great decision by him. Managed to fake out that final attacker, and that was pivotal to keeping this game at 1 goal to the good.
Oh no, but almost on the other side once again. And I gotta say, for me, it feels like Booty Bouncers needs 1 goal. Not just to tie up the game or get back into the series, but mostly to get their confidence back. It seems almost shattered. They are overcommitting on positioning. They are not really trusting their teammates well enough back, or they're not trusting their offense well enough back. They are all 3 wanting to go for the offense because they're not trusting their teammates to score, it seems.
Yeah, and the great pass from Rip straight into the path of Dragon, and Dragon making no mistakes, punishing that and absolutely obliterating the ball into the back of the net, as now the hopes and the dreams look shattered as a great 50 comes out, but Rip not quite there, quicker than Bubbly, but Leo with the miss, and it's a big miss, but Mystic with a second one, and that's unfortunate. It could lead Sketch to get the goal. It's great off of the backboard, and Bubbly trying to find it under, and that was the opportunity to claw back 1 goal, and they have missed it as the dreams, just like Bubbles, get popped. But Caster's Curse comes back to bite me in the backside, and Bubbly managing to get the goal.
Did somebody say Bubbles? Well, pop goes to Caster. Sorry. It always happens. I know this feeling, man, where you're just like, oh man, it could be the chance and they're not going to get in. Oh, they still got it in. Yeah, and it was because of good pressure. They were trusting each other a little bit more there and letting the others go. But again, they are over-forcing. They are over-risking. And they still need 1 more goal without letting another one through, because if they let another one through even after getting that goal, it's going to feel so hard to get through this. So they need to play clean. They need to play a little bit further back and trust their offensive players to finish it for them.
That's completely true, and as Sketch gets a good demo, he's going to be looking for Leo in field, and Mystic read that like a charm, like the Mystic that he is. Managing to get the read on that. Leo getting the bump, and Bubbly looking for the goal, and it's just to the side though, and Leo can't chase it quickly enough, and Mystic pops it over 1. He's going to look to follow this one, grabs the 100 boost pad, might even slow it down, looks for the pass down to Dragon, gets it off of the sidewall, and now it's going to be Rip looking back for Dragon, and Dragon with the drop down almost finds the target, but Leo is there to save the day, and they are trying to keep these hopes alive, this Booty Bouncers team, but we damn bots are just that too clinical of a team so far, as the ball gets passed from Bubbly to Leo. Leo to the sidewall, Rip back into the corner. Bubbly following up, trying to make something. Leo looking for bumps and demos and bumps as Sketch pops it into the corner, and Bubbly following, and it's still going. They're still trying to keep on that pressure. A great 50 from Leo, but Dragon now relieving that pressure, and what looked like moments of sheer brilliance is going to be broken down just like that. But Sketch with a great save can't get the second, and Rip is just the dominant force in the play.
Yeah, and I love the save there from Sketch, just not getting good enough context to really clear the ball. But it's that kind of pressure where, even though Rip was the third man and went for the ball a little bit later, had the room to do it, because we already saw Whedon Bots, the rest of the players just rushing back to get into defense, rushing back to get ready for the next touch. So it's just that quick recovery and everything that gives this team so much freedom to let people like Rip go in as third man, actually take those chances, and other teams would let them lie because it would feel too risky. But with this team, it feels fast enough, and a small glimmer of hope, that one little twinkle, it is still there. The dream is alive.
It is, and Leo showing us what they were capable of from the very start, and it's a little bit too little too late, unfortunately, for them. But with 4 seconds, we've seen kickoff goals scored in worse moments, let's be honest. As Leo looks to keep it alive, that is not going to be the way to do it, though. And Rip causing the 3-0 loss for this Booty Bouncers team as they go through to the semi-finals, where they will be facing off against Spider Gang.
Yeah, Spider Gang that either had a very close series against Vector Z, who we saw before, or are very lazy at filling in the scoreboard. We don't know. We might be able to ask them. Yeah, this game was a bit of a crazy one, I gotta say. Whedon Bots played just out of their mind well, and one of those things that happens is when I see a team playing this good, this well, I always ask them, what did you have for breakfast? Because whatever was in your Wheaties, it's working.
It really, really is working unbelievably well. And credit to Whedon Bots, commiserations to Booty Bouncers. We never really saw, I think it's fair to say, what they were capable of, but that was just because of the sheer brilliance, the absolute brilliance of Whedon Bots. And it'll be good to see if they can continue through and beat Spider Gang. The Spider Gang 3-0 swept the Chris in the quarterfinals, similarly to Whedon Bots sweeping Booty Bouncers. Now, Stay Fresh, and I got that part. This is a bit of a problem because it says Stay Fresh beat I got the part based on a disqualification. Now, I don't know how true that is, or whether they had the opportunity to actually play the game, or what's going on with that. But if that is the case, then Stay Fresh get a very easy entrance to the semi-finals, having only technically played one game so far against Venetia Esports, which they won 3-2. And Black Dietchi facing off against the Bamboozlers in this quarterfinals match. Now, we saw Black Dietchi last week. I don't know if anybody was tuning in, but they 3-0 TRN to then lose in the semi-finals to Stay Fresh. And when we saw them play against TRN, they were phenomenal. They were absolutely brilliant. They were a great team to watch. So it'll be interesting to see who wins out of them and the Bamboozlers. Both teams got 3-0 sweeps in the round 2 brackets. But for now, we're going to be taking a short intermission. Before we do that, it's worth saying Matcherino is still capable to be accessed. Guys, please go on the Matcherino page. Use the code RCWeekly04 to add just a little bit to this prize pool. Give them something more than nothing to work towards for the end of today. At the moment, you can add 50 cents using the code RCWeekly04. We've already had the wonderful Nathan providing €7, dollars, coins, bitcoins. I don't even know what it was. Definitely
Space
wasn't
bucks.
bitcoins, but
We're going for space money.
We go for space money. Why not? At this point, let's just say it's space money. So we saw him adding in 7 space monies to add to the prize pool for today, but we're looking to get it as high as possible. And with that being said, I'm going to take a short break, and when we get back, do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss this next matchup.
Matcherino gives you the power to directly support your favorite tournaments and gaming scenes. Head over to this tournament's Matcherino page, sign in with your Twitch account, and if there's a coupon code, donate $1 for free by entering it. To help the prize pool grow even more, you can add a personal donation that will go directly to the players. You can also check out the rewards. If you see something you like, you can buy it and support the event. Rewards can be purchased through PayPal or with points that you accumulate by watching the stream. Best of all, contributions edge closer to the stretch goals, providing extra content for fans if the goal is reached. Esports communities are growing with your help. Get more of what you like by supporting now.
Dame toda la noche, no nos queda mucho tiempo más. No quiero perder lo que queda. Seguimos siempre la pasión y confiamos solo en el amor. Yeah. No quiero perder lo que queda. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad, hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad. Y más convierta en rayos. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad. Y más crecemos en número, en solo un trueno de horizontes. Seremos miles. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad, hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to RC Weekly's number 4. We are here now with the semi-final matchup with Stay Fresh against the Bamboozlers. Now, an interesting point about this match is last week we actually saw Stay Fresh facing off against Black Dietchi in the semi-finals, and Bamboozlers have just beaten Black Dietchi 3-2. Last week, Stay Fresh beat Black Dietchi 3-1. So this is potentially an incredible match that we're going to be faced with and could be worthy of what would have been the final, but nevertheless, that won't come just yet. I'm still the Kill Sync, and I'm still joined by Vastrian. Gavastrian, how have you enjoyed this?
Oh, the break was a break and still very chill, but I am really looking forward as well to these two titans now clashing, and they're going to be playing, and we get to talk about it and try to sound smart while these players do incredible feats of gamerism right in front of our eyes.
Definitely. And what we would like to just give a slight nod to is next week we've got the RC Weekly, you guessed it, number 5, and it is going to be played for a €100 prize pool. You can see that an exclamation mark RC Weekly in the chat. If you've got a team, if you know of teams that want to sign up, get involved, get integrated into this RC Weekly's rosters, because honestly, it's a great way to get your name out there, and obviously great prize funds to play for, as well as fantastic community participation. But I think if I'm not mistaken, we're actually missing a player. We've got a slight technical issue on the side of Safix, just keeping us waiting, keeping us on the edge of our seats, but is in now. So it looks like we're going to be ready to get going. And obviously on the notes of prize pools, exclamation mark prize pool will bring up the Matcherino for this week. If you want to donate, if you want to give a little bit of money, even if that's just signing up and using the code RCWeekly04, you'll be able to give just 50 cents extra to this prize pool. Give these players something more to work for, another reason to give us some fantastic clips and plays like the one we might see, but Fireman Jones can't reach that ball in time.
Oh god, that was the first 10 seconds of the game. Already a good shot opportunity and an even better save with a follow-up clear. Okay, these teams are going to be ready for this, but it's still floundering in front of the goal right now for the Bamboozlers, hoping they can get this counter-attack on and get a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we might be looking to see. Like, how do you think these two teams, considering they're both high-ranked teams, how do you think these guys have got to come out of the gates with each other?
There's two options. There's the all guns blazing, very unsafe. We're just going to throw everything at you and see what happens, and then maybe lose the first game, recover. If you have a good mental game, that's not that big of a risk, but you'll lose a game. Or the let's just figure each other out and see what kind of touches you guys do and see what kind of mistakes you guys make. Because Sapix gets our first tree in the goal. Very beautiful touch there.
Yeah, a very beautiful touch, and it came actually off of the pass of the opposition, and I've got to admit, they're living up to their name, because right now I'm bamboozled at how nobody was in defense for that or even ready for that shot to be taken. But a minute gone, and somehow we're a goal to the good for this Bamboozlers teams as a dangerous drop gets put in front of goal, but Major is there to get a major touch on it and get that clear as Razor looks for Safix, but shut out early by Fireman Jones. And Major looking to the side pass. I'm not sure if he was looking for Safix there, but Safix just rotating that a little bit too early. Razor, not the greatest of touches up. Fireman Jonas is going to be there to get an easy and clear. And again, the second easy clear, Swift looks to follow this one up. Potential double touch opportunity, but drops it down a little bit too low. Razor now looking to take it out. Has the boost to play with as well. Might look to get this center, and it's a great pass, but a better block from Fireman Jones. And at the moment, this game is looking fairly equal, I'd say.
It's looking fairly equal. Both teams not looking to get all the pressure in and look for boost steals and then demos and everything. It's mostly a one and done kind of scenario with both teams just looking for a chance of shot. And this was the first bit of pressure, and Safix once again getting the goal. As I start talking about, it's probably be a slow one.
Yeah, it really did look like it was going to be a slow one. And actually, on pretty much the second minute mark that we have in the game, Safix gets the second goal. So maybe they're just a team that likes scoring every single minute or every minute of the game, shall we say. And hopefully that's something that both teams can live up to. But Safix at the moment is just that one player that is just you know, increasing that lead for his team, the finishing just more clinical.
Yeah, and they get a few extra chances, as we see here as well. Just a bit of a crumbling in the defense from Stay Fresh, and just not the right challenge. Nobody really going for that. Matt, last second deciding, I can't reach that. I'm not in the right position, so they're going to have to work on their defensive rotations to get back into this one.
Yeah, and Swift now looking to take this off of the sidewall, looking to go maybe for a flip reset. Has got it, might be able to get it past, but instead opts not to take the flip, and that was probably the better decision. That was actually, we should say, a Swift move. Fantastic little bit of play, and I think not using the flip reset actually baited out the defenders there.
Yeah, it looked perfectly baited. Just having that flip reset, nobody challenging you early. You know you have all the time in the world to then do something whenever you see your opponent doing something, and they were waiting for him and just not ready for that Swift kick in the pants that they got with his first counterattack goal. And both teams looking very strong now. It's still looking to find their footing for Stay Fresh. They still need to get more goals on the board. They get chances. They just need their finishes to be a little bit bigger if they want to challenge in these next 2 minutes.
They do backflip coming out from Mate, but Swift is there to cover him as the ball goes dangerously back into the center of Fireman. Jonas, not the greatest hit out. Major's going to look for the backboard off of this and look for potential double touch, but instead it's Razor following another backboard hit as Swift will not, Safix will not be there, sorry, to clean this one up as Swift gets a clear out. Major, Mate looking for the corner read, gets it. Safix making no touch on the ball as Swift comes in looking for the center field pass. Fireman Jones off of the backboard, but it's straight onto the noggin of Safix, who makes no mistakes in getting the clear out. And I think it's fair to say at this point in time, the defense from this Bamboozlers team just holding up that little bit better than Stay Fresh's.
Yes.
Oh,
that moment you say it. Yeah, man, their defense is looking good. They're rotating very well. Major's like, no, I'm in no man's land now. I sacrifice myself as tribute. That was an open net for Swift, and he takes that chance and runs away with it.
Yeah, I think it's got to that point where at this point in time, I should just stick to talking about what the two teams are doing and not mention, you know what, what are you doing to me, Bamboozlers? I said your defense was holding up. Why are you doing this? Why have you got to do me like this?
It's in their name, Bamboozlers. They are here to bamboozle the casters. It's not about their opponents. It's not about the audience. It's about messing with us. And I mean, what better targets than the two of us on a Saturday afternoon / early evening as we are looking to get to the later hours of the day.
Yeah, and I could honestly not tell you who is going to win this game right now, because I thought at first that it would be Bamboozlers, and then Stay Fresh just came out with a haha, yeah, no, we're only joking. And now they're still looking to pile on the pressure as this Bamboozlers team struggles to get it out. A mistake coming through from, I think it was Razor there, but as the ball just gets launched downfield, it's going to be Mate clearing it out of the way of Major, and Swift onto the sideboard looking to follow it up, and Mate is there onto the backboard with Safix getting the potential clear out, but demoed for his efforts as Swift looks to put it towards his own goal. I'm not sure what kind of play that is. That's a new meta style I haven't yet dealt with.
It is a strange meta. I have seen it happen sometimes. What you do is you pass it towards your goal, and then you draw in. It's like putting blood in the water for sharks. You put that blood in the water, the sharks come, and then you quickly play it away and get a counterattack goal because all the sharks were in front of your net.
Yeah, I have got to admit, I love that analogy, and it's something that we don't always get the chance to utilize often enough, as those strange little analogies that work. But now just playing it across dangerously in front of their own goal, Swift really doesn't want this to go to overtime, regardless of who gets the final goal, as the ball drops down and overtime ensues for the first match.
And what an overtime it is. Both I feel on the one hand the Stay Fresh team, they are looking like they're making good plays, but they feel almost accidental at times. They're not that in position, and mostly their raw skill makes sure that they are ready for whatever touches are happening. While on the Bamboozler side, they're not looking for the most extreme fancy plays, but they are very strong players and looking for extremely good touches and ways to play with that one. And it's an individual raw skill for them for now.
And Major going for 3 50s in a row, managing to win out 2. Can't get the third though, but does get a big clear into the path of Fireman Jonas, who lost it into the ceiling accidentally, shall we say, as Razor looks to put it downfield. Mate looking for Fireman Jonas, turns on the wall, looking back for Mate. Mate getting it onto the sidewall, might look to get it onto this corner wall, does so, picks up the 100 as well, but doesn't opt to follow. Lets Safix take the ball, drops it onto the path of Major, who puts it into the corner, but Fireman Jones is there still and dangerously onto the backboard. Safix is going to be there. Mate with a good clear, but not good enough, as this is a great opportunity, but nobody following for this Bamboozlers team, and the overtime continues. Who do you think is going to end up taking this?
I think I was just going to wait until we saw what happened there, because that could have been a goal, because that's the Bamboozler style a little bit. If you give one of their players enough room to get a good chance shot off, they will most likely put it past the defender and into the net. That's how they've scored. On the other side, the Bamboozlers have been a bit more wait, no, that is the Bamboozlers. On the other hand, Stay Fresh has been the team that's been pushing and looking for passes. Well, really, the Bamboozlers, they're going in one and they're flicking it forward like here, and there's no one to follow up. Like every once in a while, they have a good follow-up, or they have someone accidentally there, but they're playing very passive. So they're playing that defensive style, hoping for a mistake from Stay Fresh, and Stay Fresh have adjusted very well by changing their own style and playing a little bit more defensive as a reaction to that. But now Demos come in and, oh, what was that?
I can honestly say I thought that was being saved. That was a great demo that came out. But Swift almost getting the pre-flip save, but can't force it into the side post well enough. And somehow Bamboozlers bamboozling everybody and taking the first game after what looked like a solid performance, and then a less so solid performance towards the end.
Yeah, a little bit crazy. I see high pings coming out of one of the players as well, and that could influence the entire thing. And we could that could mean that the Bamboozlers are not playing on the same level that they usually would, with a bit more passing play. But for now, their individual skill seems enough, and it's on Stay Fresh to start using those passing plays. Like I said, it feels almost accidental. Their passing plays, they hit it forward, and then there's sometimes somebody there to touch it. And I would like to see that a little bit more touching of the ball without it sounding weird.
I mean,
Deliberate touching.
I don't feel like there is any way you could say that sentence without it sounding weird. However, it sounded beautifully weird, and I'm sure that we'll glance over it and hope that it never gets brought up again in that particular manner.
And clips done.
And clips saved brought up every single week as part of the advertisements during breaks. But for now, yeah, the Bamboozlers managing to just close out that first game. But it was, I definitely say the start of the game, both teams looked, I would say, relatively solid. They looked like two good teams. But towards the end, I felt a little bit less comfortable watching both teams with regards to their play styles. It looked more sketchy, and it very much looked like one of those games where instead of it being the better team that won, it was whoever was presented with the best final opportunity. And that is ended really how it ended up in that situation. Swift opting to go for the boost instead of the goal line, and we see it a lot, and that can cause quite a lot of issues. But I mean, in terms of rotations, do you think you've seen anything so far that's glaringly obvious in terms of mistakes from these teams?
I think the biggest one, and it's one I keep repeating, I feel like for some reason teams do not see it the way I do, and maybe I'm wrong with it, but the aggressive positioning that I would expect from high-level teams that just move one, probably two players very far forward and the third one further back to be that defensive hook that basically that twos player. Like, you have a twos player that plays back, and then two players that play the aggressive ones player, or the aggressive twos players in the one position. And you don't really see either team doing that well, so there's a bit of a scramble in the midfield, like, okay, who of us is two, who of us is three, who should be going for it? I don't know.
And this is going to be dangerous as the demo comes out. Mate just needs to put it onto the back ball, but Major managing to feather the boost well enough to get the block as the pinch from Fireman Jonas goes dangerously off of the backboard. Swift trying to follow that through. Major might be able to get this first, but instead leaves it to Mate to take, a Mate making nothing of that play, it must be said, as Razor looks to get the block. It's not going to be able to, and Major with a damaging block, but a good demo on the recovery from Razor is going to leave nobody there, and a great save from him too as the ball gets further pushed straight into the middle, and Mate trying to keep the play as damaging and degrading for this Bamboozler's team as possible, but Bamboozler's still holding on by a thread, and it looks like they might actually get the opportunity to cause some sort of counter-attack, but no, Swift able to get it out using boost management quite well, still having some, but looking to force himself far too far, shall we say, into the Bamboozler's defense, but it might just work for them. Unfortunately, they are not punished for that overcommit, shall we say.
Oh, and here's a very good chance. Sapphics can get the free flip, but gets the pass off with it. A bit messy, could have been on net a lot better, but I mean, it's still a pre-flip. It's still pretty shiny.
Yeah, no, I've got to say that felt like a modicum of luck and then a bit of skill as well. Now, the luck coming from, I think that pre-flip, it might be fair to say, looked like it was more of an attempt at a shot as opposed to a pass. But nevertheless, there was still that mild risk that you take in going for it, and it ends up working out for them, and it's good to see the teammates still following up even when the initial play doesn't work. That really is the sign of a great team and great things to come. But Sapphics and I can't even know who that second person was. I think it was Sapphics and Razor going for the double commit, almost costing a goal, and Mate not able to get the touch going off of the sideball. Swift is going to look to now pop that center potentially. Doesn't have the boost to follow it, and Razor is given all the time in the world to put that into the path of Major, who puts it back into the path of Sapphics. But Mate there earlier than anybody else, and Swift taking himself completely out of the play here, and a good pass from Razor could have led to a goal, but it's just tapped and not exactly what it looked like it was happening. Great recovery from Major. He's going to put him back in defense potentially for a save, but Razor comes out and gets a great clear away.
Yeah, and it seems that on the part of the Bamboozlers, they're kind of bamboozling whatever I would see from them. Beautiful save there, like nothing against that save, but it feels like sometimes they're good plays, like playing it into the corner or letting it fall in front of the goal and moving through to the other side so they can look to an attack where the enemy isn't waiting. It feels more accidental because they miss a ball than it feels like, oh, we are planning to take it there. And that's what worries me for them. They are playing very well, but stay fresh. If they just get a little bit better in their touching, they would probably get past this Bamboozle team and look a lot stronger.
Yeah, I agree, and I've got to admit, it feels very much like this Bamboozlers team is probably three of the best individuals we've seen play so far, and Stay Fresh have the potential to be three of the best team players we've seen play so far. But still, pass is not exactly coming through from Stay Fresh as an attempted shot comes out, had all the opportunities and possibilities to pass. Sapphics taking it past Major on his own team there, and I think that was just to avoid the risk of potential damage and destruction on the defense as Major puts it into the corner. Look to go for it again, and the miss coming through on defense, but fortunately for them, nobody following up that play. As Mate now up early, Sapphics might be looking for the double touch here, is looking for it, is looking to drop it down to his teammate, but Swift is there on the backboard, ready to challenge him for that one, and Mate now just popping it up into the corner. And I think it's fair to say, I don't know if I want to say it too soon, but with the way this game's going, do we really think that it looks like this Stay Fresh team are going to be getting a goal anytime soon?
It's gonna be out of nowhere when they get their goal, and that has been their style up till now. They do look like no, that's actually wrong. Let me rephrase that. They are doing very well at looking for passes. They are looking very well at trying to play it midfield, trying to play it to one of their teammates to get a shot on goal. It's just it feels too early. There's almost always someone in net from the Bamboozlers now. They're ready for it. They're either cutting off the pass or not even or have someone in goal that can save it from a good position. So Stay Fresh needs to stay fresh and change up their tactic a little bit and change the we are just going to pass mid because there's always someone ready there tactic that they're using, and switch it to something else, like either extra passes using the backboard or taking an extra touch, slow it down a little bit, look for a demo, look for a bump, and in that way clear the Bamboozlers net so they can get a goal past. Because Bamboozlers now are just looking for one mistake, getting it in, and just using their defensive rotation to wait for those mistakes.
Yeah, that's such a good point, and I think that's why this game we saw only the one goal coming the way of either teams, as opposed to what was it, 5 or maybe even 7 in the last game. No, I think it was 7 in the last game. I think it was 4-3 in the overtime eventually. But that one goal, that's all you need. And this is just it. You don't have to. It's not the team that scores the most goals. It's not the team that scores the fanciest goals. They're the ones that end up the community heroes. The ones that end up the victors at the end of the day are the ones that can turn around and say, you know what? These guys are just chasing. These guys are just rushing. Let's just hold off. Let's wait. Let's be patient. We wait for our opportunity and we pounce and we strike at the moment we know it's going to cause the most amount of damage. And as much as Bamboozlers seem to be achieving that, I feel like they could still achieve it better if they stopped playing as 3 really good individual players and started playing as one great team.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work is a thing I repeat almost daily when I'm casting people or I'm talking about Rocket League, and we see it here as well. A team of individually very strong players needs that teamwork to really show off against any of these other teams, because teams with like players, all grand champs have a certain level of mechanics. They all have that. But the ones that can do good team play are the ones that get to 1900. Those are the ones that eventually end up in these teams. Like getting to 1900 is also, yeah, you can get skill, you can get there. But getting on these teams, winning these kind of tournaments, that is all team play. You need the base level of skill, but after that, team play, passing, and communication. And we need to see it more.
We do, and I mean, that's a great way to start the game as Swift manages to get a great touch and a great 50 and opens the scoring for Fireman Jones to just come through with what is going to be definitely the easiest goal of the tournament for him so far.
Yeah, and this is the second time I saw Major in a position where if nothing bad happened to him, he could have gotten the save there, but he got bumped on the backboard just a little bit, slowed him down just a little bit, so he couldn't get to the ball and get it out of the danger zone. And before that, one of the goals that they could have had, oh, this is awkward. This is very awkward. Story time is over. What happened here?
Yeah, this is an absolutely phenomenal shot from Swift. One of the best goals we're ever going to see in RLRS, RLCS, in every competition you're ever going to witness. That was the best goal in the world. That's a Gift Your Game finale winning goal. Oh, wait, hold on a second. No, it was just a mistake on pass.
It was just Safix forgetting how to fast aerial.
Yep. Yeah. Unfortunately for him, yeah, it really was. And that is not how you want to... That is really not how you want to start the game, especially when you were already a goal down. Now, if you're 0-0, arguably having a mistake like that, it's not the end of the world, because you know you can pull it back. You know you can eventually, get that extra goal back. But when you're already a goal down, to concede one like that is heartbreaking, because now you're always going to be left chasing what is a difficult game, especially when they only got 1 goal last game. Now they've got to try and get 3 to win this one out, and that's still while holding off an attack from this Stay Fresh team.
Yeah, and Stay Fresh has just adjusted into the series a little bit better. The individual strengthening plays that we have seen coming out of Bamboozlers is working. It has worked to them, has worked for them up to a point, and it's now Stay Fresh that is looking to exploit any weakness. Every touch that the Bamboozlers make, there's somebody waiting for a defensive touch there, and now they need 2 people to win a 50. Bamboozlers, you need to start looking at a bit of a different game plan, because what you're doing now is not really working all that well, although you are putting on a little bit of pressure now, and I'm almost proud, but almost.
And that's it. But the pressure, if it's coming the way from one individual player 3 different times in a play, that's when it's a problem. You need that pressure from all 3 players in a play, or at least 2. You need to have something that's scary. You need to have a player infield that the opposition questions. Oh no, are they going to go for an infield pass? Are they going to go for a back ball pass? Are they going to go for a double touch? Are they going to go for a straight shot? But when you've only got one option, and that is, I'm just going to sling the ball downfield as fast and hard as possible and hope that I score a goal, realistically, Stay Fresh were always going to start becoming a little bit more aware of the game plan of this Bamboozlers team. But Bamboozlers, we've seen what they're capable of. We've seen that even when they play individually, they've got the shots and the skill to break down this Stay Fresh team, and we'll just have to see if it carries on. But that looks like a pretty good pass into centre, but Major a bit slow for that follow-up, and yeah, it just seems a bit indicative of their performance so far. Just a little bit slow this game, and a little bit well, shall we say, they're always the second person to the ball.
Yeah, and I could say like, oh, I'm seeing a bit of bump play. I see a bit of demo play. They're playing a bit aggressive. Bamboozlers are done with being the defensive team, but it doesn't look planned. It doesn't look like that's what they want to do. They're trying to look for demos. They're trying to look for bumps out of frustration. It almost seems like they're being choked out and not getting to play their own game because Stay Fresh is just waiting for them at every single pass, just cutting them off from being to play the expressive players that they are, and mistakes will be made then.
Yeah, they really will. As Fireman Jonas puts that off into a dangerous area. That's a great pass. That's a poor shot. I'm sorry, Razor. I've got to say, that is really not the kind of shot you expect to be put on, especially when your teammates get a phenomenal pass in like that. He's not going to be too happy with that play. And honestly, I thought we'd be seeing a 2-1 game right now, but instead, it looks as if this Bamboozler team are just struggling ever so slightly coming into this last minute of the game.
Yeah, it's really... Oh, what have we said about where do you need to take this 50-50?
I've got to admit, that was confusing for me because, yeah, like you say, we've discussed before, time and time again, you don't take 50s when you're facing your own goal and you haven't put your car between, the ball and the goal. But nevertheless, I'm not entirely sure why Major turned around in the first place and didn't just straight commit to it, because Major actually had the boost. The boost was on his side there. It wasn't a rotation to attempt to pick up the 100. The 100 wasn't there. Major already collected it. So I'm not entirely sure what the decision-making process was there, but maybe they're just struggling a little bit in this game. Maybe they actually need to lose this. Maybe they need to just accept the fact they've lost it and just say, you know what, let's get back into the right mindset, because at the moment we're not playing the way we know we're capable of, because it's standard. It's not even just standard Rocket League, it's standard sport 101. Even in football, as the last man, you always put yourself between the ball and the goal. You don't let the defender go past you. Don't let the offender go past you that quickly. That's crazy.
No, and maybe here we're expecting someone to already be rotated back, and I think that is a thing. I was trying to look at it by the end, but there weren't a lot of examples for it. But I think Bamboozlers are running into some solo queue syndrome here and there. And that is what you see a lot when players rotate ball side, because I might need to get another touch on that ball to hit it midfield. I might need to do a little extra, do a little fancy to be there. It's not because, hey, I know there's a pass coming, so I'm moving over there because I know there's a pass coming. It's like, maybe I can do something. Maybe I can make the difference. And that is kind of what feels like the Bamboozlers are trying to do. And Stay Fresh is having none of it. They're like, we have solid rotations. We keep a lot more spacing. Although I've seen moments where the three of them are like in the same. They're not practicing social distancing guidelines basically throughout the field all the time, but most of the time they do, and that is really helping them out a lot because they have a lot more vision and a lot more control of the game. I have just one thing I have to ask you, because this is something as a caster I always run into. That's pronunciations of names. Because the person we're calling mate here, that's an @ symbol. Is it a mat?
Oh, that's actually a very good point. It probably is a mat. It probably is a mat. And I'm not even going to lie. I've got my glasses on, and at no point in time did I realize it was an @ symbol. I keep reading it as an 8. So that is actually completely my fault. But because I've started off calling him Matt, mate, I will definitely turn to Matt, and I will make a formal apology right now. I apologize, Matt. You are good, and thank you for showing me. Thank you for showing me your name in big flashing letters on the front of the screen, just in case I wasn't aware that it is an @ symbol. I now have the opportunity to see it up close.
Like, hey, you can read it before. Here it is bigger. Is it okay now? Oh, it's those kind of things. I've seen it happen so many times. I've had it happen to me so many times. The idea of like, how do you pronounce this? And you have a pronunciation, and then after a while, it's like, oh, wait, it's Justice. Oh, now I get it. It's like, oh, that took way too long. I mean, I'm getting on in years, but I'm sometimes a little bit ashamed.
Definitely. I have made name mistakes far too often, And I lose count as Matt puts another one in and says, please just stop. Stop destroying and wrecking my name. But that, I've got to say, Matt, that was an incredible shot right there.
That's an incredible shot. There could be, like, there's always the other side of this. It could be Mate, but Mate is just an idiot and can type well. That's also an option. So you had it. You could have it right the first time, but they just don't understand how keyboards and letters work. It's always a bit of a mind mess there, and I always start to worry. But I'm happy I get to suffer with someone now instead of being alone in my anxiety of what is this name.
Yeah, I have also realized I've been calling Fireman Jones a lot, but instead of talking about names, let's talk about Razor as he comes over the top. Great pass from Sapix, absolute boomer of a pass. Matt was not ready for that at all, and putting it into the bottom left-hand corner. It doesn't matter if Swift's already in goal, nobody's saving that one, and a swift end to the 2-0 deficit in this match as they try to claw it back and get that 3-1 win.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. They are finally, well, like, this is the thing. We have something to talk about now. That was a decisive pass into midfield with somebody already rotating there, not by accident, but by choice. It's a lot more deliberate. It looks a lot more precise, a lot more finesse in an attack like that. And these players are good. They need to show this just a little bit more, and they can probably look for like a lot more wins in this one, and maybe even take the series. But they need to start doing those deliberate choices instead of gut feeling I need to stay close to the ball and maybe I can do something.
Yeah, definitely, and as Razor just lofts it out, Sapix actually takes it out of the way of Major, but fortunately for him, it goes favorably onto the walls. He looks for Major again, but Matt there earlier. And now we're going to be seeing Swift facing off against Razor. Swift not the victor, but that bump is actually going to prove costly potentially for Major, as now turning infield. Matt beating out Razor straight into the path for Sapix. Sapix looking to go back up. Major's the one following this one, but Swift is making sure it doesn't progress into the goal. They want to keep this one goal lead that they have so far. Is a great 50 coming through, almost a great double touch, and now Razor left trying to face off against Swift, and it felt as though Stay Fresh could have got another goal from that play, but now transitioning onto the counter attack is this Bamboozlers team, and we've got a game on our hands, I think it's fair to say.
Oh,
never mind.
Matt, what are you doing, Matt? Please, Matt. That's a beautiful, like, interception there. You could see the intention from the player on the wall that the pass was going to go there, and perfect read from Matt to be able to hit that ball in and just completely bamboozle the defenders of the Bamboozle team and just come out with another goal and all but securing the win here. With 2 minutes left, yes, there is time, but I haven't seen the change happening for Bamboozlers yet that I would put them in a favorable position in coming back.
Definitely, and Matt with the hat trick as Swift looks to get the fourth. And now it's going to be Fireman Jonas dropping it down into the path of Swift. Razor, dangerous 50, but it does go towards Sapix, who manages to get the double touch, but straight into the path of Matt, as Matt looks to potentially make it 4 with a double touch of Dreams, but it's passed off onto the side for Sapix. And now rotating out too early is Razor, as he gets put into the path of Fireman Jonas. He's able to recover even with 0 boost, looking for the doink over, goes straight into path of Matt again, and Sapix now looking to take this one out, gets it over 1 with a 50 leading straight into the path of Major, who 50s with Swifty as well. And now over the top of the goal, there's the opportunity to get a decent pass in, and all 3 players on Stay Fresh in the same area and somehow not punished for it. And is that something that you'd like to see differently, done better, just more punishment of mistakes like that?
I mean, yes. How's a team ever going to learn unless you punish them a lot more? If you can see a mistake, pounce on it, abuse it. You're playing like you're playing a game of Rocket League. Respect your opponent and punish their mistakes. Like, that is the definition of respect: giving it your all and abusing whatever you see.
Definitely. The attempted fake coming through from Major, and Major just getting demoed for it. And at this point, I really don't think Bamboozlers have any chance of coming back in this game. I'd like to be proven wrong, but it doesn't even look like at the moment, they remember how to play as a team, and we know they can play as a team, so that's definitely something I'd like to see change going into the next match.
Definitely, and the biggest that
That's gonna be
I'm
a
not
ball.
completely
That's
sure. Oh, I wasn't completely sure what the fake on this side was. A good touch there, maybe it was a misplay, but a good touch there would probably have resulted in a goal and a chance for them. But now it's completely out of reach, and yeah, I'm very much questioning what is happening this game and what both teams can do to get back into this. Because Bamboozlers just need to win one, but they're looking like they want to take it to game 5. And Swift is like, yeah, game 5 goals, let's go, we can do this.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking if you're Bamboozlers. I think I'm right in saying that this is going to be a potential reverse sweep, and if Stay Fresh remain on track and remain on the path that they're currently going on, this is going to be a pretty comfortable reverse sweep, to be honest, as Bamboozlers haven't really looked like they're getting back into it since that first match, it's got to be said. But I think what's interesting here from Stay Fresh as well is Matt and Swift looking for one, Fireman Jonas looking for team. So this could be a potential team we're going to see going forward in not just this, but potential other RC weeklies. And that could be great to watch, because now we've got a team who clearly is looking to build something for themselves, and they've got every opportunity to do so. They're a great little outfit at the moment, it should be said. Although they probably could have started a little bit stronger, they're finishing rather extremely strong.
They're building up a lot of steam now and are learning to adjust to a team like Bamboozlers with such like star-studded, extreme like powerhouses of players in there. And I'm curious. Yes, it could very much explain the disconnection you sometimes kind of feel with Stay Fresh, because Stay Fresh is playing very good and has found their groove very well now. But sometimes it still doesn't feel as like, if you look at a Vector Z, they're not as quick as these teams and will probably be pretty bamboozled by either one of them. I'm pretty safe to say that, but they look very clean. You very much know what their intent is. So I think if they do pick up Fireman Jonas, if they start working on that and become that clean with the speed, precision, and skill that they have, this can be a very, very scary team.
100%. And now Matt looking to keep this going and cause a problem, but instead Major's the one causing a problem for himself, and this is a double commit. But coming down immediately is Matt, and that's a great decision from him. He's going to keep himself in the play, gets bumped by Razor, and then the demo coming out, and Safix looking to start this strong, and the first goal coming out from the Bamboozlers.
I was almost worried with the touch from Major being that up high and slow and giving Stay Fresh enough time to get back, which wasn't the case. And in a scenarios like that, someone like Safix, he hits those 10 out of 10 would shoot again at any moment in time, even when he has his eyes closed, when he's sleeping. These are high level shots, but these players are skilled enough to easily do those things. But is you don't really get those chances all that often against a team that is playing as good as Stay Fresh have done for these last 2 games.
Yeah, and as good as they've played for the past 2 games, they're still making some uncharacteristic mistakes. I mean, I did finish that trail of thought, even though Swift scored a fantastic goal. That was a great touch off the sidewall, and then a great second touch, and just taking it past those 2 defenders. But irregardless of that goal, they have got to start playing more like they played in game 3 and 4, because the start of this game, they allowed pressure from Bamboozlers that they haven't allowed since game number 1 and 2, and I don't know why that is, because it feels as though the communication is almost starting to break down. I mean, we just saw another double commit come in there, and another one that could have proved to have been costly if Bamboozlers had capitalized on it.
Yeah, it could be a same kind of thing that happened in the first series we casted, where a team was so far behind that they were like, we can't win this, and then just throw everything out of the window and just go with gut instinct and don't try a certain thing, but just play a certain style and get victories with that. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, now for the last game, we need to take this serious again because maybe we can win this. I don't think these teams have that same kind of problem, but it's just the jitters of being in the semifinals already, playing for money, and then getting to the point where you getting to the point where you're almost out and then fight your way back looking for the reverse sweep, it can put a lot of stress on the team as well.
It really can. It's a good touch off of the sidewall by Swift, but not good enough to stop Razor finding the upper echelons of that goal. My word, Razor, what precision.
Yeah, it's a very powerful shot, and yeah, nobody challenging that. This is one of those ones where I'm like, okay, he's just outside the box, and he has nobody on him. He's nobody challenging his shots. That mustn't happen, especially with players of this caliber. You don't want that to happen. They're so strong. They are going to crush that so much easier. But I mean, it's a fifth game in the best of 5, and all bets are off. I feel either team can now take this, and it's going to be a merry-go-round to who gets the last laugh here.
Yeah, it is, as the ball just goes backwards and forwards and forwards and backwards, and nobody really seems to be taking too much of demanding control, should we say, of the play. The shots are good, but the defense is just simple, should we say, coming out of this. Major looking to find Safix, but Safix nowhere near far enough up the field for that one. The pass just a little bit lackluster, shall we say, as Fireman Jonas looks to take it out, passes it off to Swift. Fireman Jonas, though, no boost to work with, as both hundreds get stolen away by Bamboozlers, but it doesn't matter. Swift with a great shot, but what a save coming through there. That absolutely kept the Bamboozlers in this game.
Yeah, right place, right time. Safix perfectly jumps up, pre-jumping and predicting the save that he needed to throw there. Great work on the defensive end for the Bamboozlers, and they are showing why the first two games were their games and were their wins, because they have the prowess, they have the possibility, and they're just waiting for mistakes and stay fresh. Maybe they're not that fresh in a game 5 of a best of 5, and it's just nerves or fatigue or something. The attrition of a game like this could have its effect on the game as well.
Yeah, and another good shot coming out and another good save, but it feels like the story just keeps repeating as a potential shot comes through. A Major missing the target, gets put off of the backboard, and Swift is going to be allowed to clear this out, and this might be Matt with a shot, and that is the equalizer. And honestly, if you're Bamboozlers right now, you're going to feel heartbroken at not being able to finish off the earlier play. The counter-attack, crucial, critical, and Matt absolutely proving his worth.
Yeah, either team can have the same moniker. Do not give them the ball for free close to the box. You want to have a man on there, and you want to have a man in goal. What is going on? Matt, what kind of bamboozling are you doing to this opposing team? Because I'm confused. Where is everybody?
Yeah, where is everybody indeed? And I think we've got to discuss. We kept saying it earlier, and it's actually quite ironic that you do not do a 50 in your own half without putting yourself between the ball and the goal. And ironically, that is exactly how he conducted that 50. It just happened to hit the sidewall and go straight in the goal because nobody was there. And that is almost irony at its finest. But now, where we thought we were going to be seeing Bamboozlers taking control of this game, somehow Stay Fresh have flipped this on its head and taken the lead with only 30 seconds remaining. Are we going to be seeing a goal, or are we going to be seeing Stay Fresh going through to the finals of the RC Weekly's number 4?
Well, I saw some tendencies coming out of the Bamboozlers where they just give a little bit too much. They show their frustration a little bit. So I think either they need to find a good block here somewhere, or keep this ball up for a very long time to see if they can get it towards the opponent, but they can't, and Matt finishes the last one, takes another hat trick, and they take it in a reverse sweep. They've done it.
I credit the amount of patience and the amount of mental sturdiness that Stay Fresh have to have been able to win that game, because they came back 2 games down. They looked down and out. Bamboozlers had them crushed. They were under their boots and they were stomping on them, splattering them. And Stay Fresh did exactly that. They stayed fresh the entire time. They said, it doesn't matter. It's chill. It's no problem. we're going to win the third game, and we're going to win the fourth, and then in the fifth, we're going to let Bamboozlers go ahead. Why? Because every time they did that, they seemed to break down, and that's exactly what happened. They broke down completely, and Stay Fresh were just the calmer, more calculated, more precise team. And in the end, they were able to get that game victory and the series win. And Matt there proving, I think it's got to be said, at the very start wasn't the most pivotal player, but I honestly think the last two games, without Matt, that could have been a completely different scenario. It's not to say the rest of the Stay Fresh team didn't play well, but my word, Matt, you pulled off some absolute bangers in those games.
Yeah, I think we unleashed the beast by calling him by a different name. And all of a sudden,
I don't
his
know
gameplay
what
changed.
you mean. He was
So-
only ever
so-
called Matt. I never said mate once. Never.
So you know what? We're gonna take this win. Thank you. We did this. We helped. We were assisting. No, but it's both teams played very well, and the end was very messy. A lot of frustration. And what happens with frustration, and what you saw there, is that teams sometimes fall into habits, especially habits that just go for I like just kick off things, like going second for the kickoff, being very far
Matcherino
up,
gives you the
and not
power
having a
to
plan for
directly
kickoff.
support your
Because that
favorite
first goal was like,
tournaments and
okay,
gaming
they are
scenes.
now tied.
Head over to
Anything
this
could still
tournament's
happen.
Matcherino
And then the
page.
kickoff happened,
Sign in
and
with your
everything
Twitch
fell
account, and if there's a
apart.
coupon code,
So what you want to
donate
do
$1 for free by entering
is make
it.
sure that
help
you
the
have the kickoff. You're preparing the kickoff well and keep your mental focus, because I think they lost their mental focus there a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely think they did. I think that's completely fair to point out. And what's interesting as well is, and this is not really too much of a relation to Stay Fresh in the way they played, but rather Stay Fresh and where they're finishing. Last week, Stay Fresh got through to the finals and were inevitably swept by Ascending Legends, who played absolutely incredible going through. Absolutely phenomenal, it's worth saying. But Gaming Alliance, in the first 2 weeks, got through to the finals and couldn't manage to hold out the victory. Now, last week, Stay Fresh got through to the finals, and this week, they're through to the finals again. So, if we were to say, in keeping in with the trend of the RC Weeklies and the way that they're going, we will probably see Spider Gang 3-0 Stay Fresh if we're going based on statistical analysis. In fact, no, statistical analysis, we'll say 3-1, because in the first week we saw a 3-0 sweep, then the second week it was a 3-1, and then last week it was a 3-0 sweep. I reckon this week we could see a 3-1. So I'm gonna call the next game as a 3-1 win to Spider Gang before even seeing either team play, just because I like my maths. I like seeing things go in a certain pattern.
Okay.
But
I'll throw out the freshness then and say 3-0 for Stay Fresh. They're just gonna wipe the slate clean, give us a fresh take, and take the entire thing. Just easy. Or we're just gonna go to game 5 and have 5 beautiful games with 2 teams that are battling it out for that beautiful prize pool that you can still add some money to. If you go to the Matcherino link that we will provide in the chat, you can fill in RC Weekly 04 as your coupon code, and that adds 50 cents to the prize pool without you having to add anything. You don't have to add anything. You can just leave a comment and say, "Ha, Gavastrian's an idiot." You can put that and give the players 50 cents more. So you're winning and winning in 2 times. So why not go do that? And also sign up for next week. €100 prize pool. Get in on that.
yeah, you do need to get in on that. And for now, we're going to take a short intermission where after the break, we're going to be seeing Spider Gang, who beat We Dem Bots 3-1, and Stay Fresh, who beat Bamboozlers 3-2 in the finals of RC Weekly number 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder. Go 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 crazy, berserker. Crazy.
think we have some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the finals of RC Weekly's number 4. We are joined in the finals by Spider Gang, who beat out Weed Bots 3-1, and Stay Fresh, who beat out Bamboozlers 3-2. I am still the Kill Sync, and I'm still joined by Gavastrian. Gavastrian, are you looking forward to this final?
I am definitely looking forward to this final, but I'm also looking forward to shilling a bit more about what we do here. We are Rocket Core. We present Rocket, or we present games. We have League of Legends. We have Rocket League. If you're watching, you're probably a fan of Rocket League. Maybe you like League of Legends too. You can join our Discord, and in that way get in contact with players, coaches, and other things that can help you as well. And also join these lovely tournaments and figure out what we are doing before anyone else. So that you can find that on like the Discord. The link is somewhere magical, and also on things like Twitter, where we are also available. So check us out everywhere and follow us and all that stuff.
Definitely. And if you're joining us today, make sure to also join in next week, where the prize pool for the RC Weekly number 5 is €100, a beautiful 100 mark. Now, if you know teams that want to get involved, if you know teams that are looking for more opportunities to prove themselves against some higher level teams and players, now's your opportunity to get involved. It's going to be an absolutely incredible week, and I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to get some spectacular games to watch. So, as my co-caster has already said, make sure you join the Discord, make sure you join the Twitter, make sure you're following us on everything, subscribed and what not, to make sure you don't miss any other updates that we might have on future RC Weeklies. But yeah, next week, same time, same place, same day. Make sure not to miss it. You're not going to want to be the person that didn't join the €100 tournament when you had the opportunity. But for now, Spider Gang and Stay Fresh. We saw Stay Fresh in the last game, and we know that Spider Gang were creeping in, lurking on the stream, watching what they were going to be facing off against. So, with that level of preparation, what are we expecting to see, Sebastian?
Preferably Stay Fresh being a little bit fresher. This is what we in the business call a 2-goal loss. There was an open net. There was a shot at it. It went wide, and then it went all the way to the other side and in. A bit of a bad start for Stay Fresh, but maybe they're still shaking off like the stress of the last game.
Yeah, and it's actually looking, I've got to admit, a little uncomfortable to watch both of these teams right now. We saw a double commit coming out from both teams and multiple players as the shot coming through, but Joyo, I don't even know how I'm pronouncing that name. I was struggling enough with Matt, and now I've got Joyo to be graced with. But Freakant and Nathan, I'm not going to struggle with at all. This Fireman Jonas looks to put it off onto the side. Nathan looking for the redirect back into the goal. Freakant pinching it, looking to cause issues as Matt goes up early, and Freeman Jonas up earlier than Joyo as well. I'm just going to call him Spider Gang. I give up. As Nathan now popping it over to the side of one. Swift looking to take it up off of the wall. Maybe looking for an infield pass. One of his teammates misses the ball completely, though. But Matt is there for the recovery, and the double commit from Spider Gang and Freakant is going to cause no issues whatsoever for Fireman Jonas. And I think it's fair to say that's something that needs to stop. We've seen more double commits this, I'd probably say, first minute and a half of this gameplay than we have seen all day so far.
Yeah, it's very, very uncomfortable. You see not only double commits, but players all like congregating in kind of the same corners of the field. But I do like to see, I do like to say that from Stay Fresh, we see a bit of an adjustment. They are trying to get their rotation back, and mostly their spacing looks a lot better. They are looking for deliberate passes. They are moving people forward to have passing targets, as we see here now. Matt with a beautiful pass, but it almost goes in. So a little bit of precision is missing, but the plans are already looking very good for Stay Fresh.
Yeah, but Spider Gang here has the opportunity to pass it into Freecan. It's not the greatest of passes, far too hard, but Fireman Jones getting no touch on it. It's going to be left for Swift to try and make something from this play, something out of nothing. And Spider Gang with a great pinch again. Matt forced to make what is a relatively difficult save, and Nathan going too far forward isn't able to get the save. It's a good pass infield to Fireman Jonas, but Spider Gang is there, ready to get on the defense, ready to clear the ball, and again putting it into his own corner, getting a big lofting clear over towards Nathan. It's a good pass infield. Fireman Jonas has the opportunity to shoot. Now it's going to be Freecant trying to take it out. Spider Gang might look for Nathan here. It's a good pass, and it's going to be a good pass back, but Freecant maybe rotating out a little too early, trying to get those bump plays when there wasn't really too much of an opportunity to get goals underway.
That was a very close one, almost in. It's really precision that both teams are lacking right now. They have the chances. One looks a lot more solid with the chance. The other one is a little bit more scrappy. It's not bad, but it's scrappy. You really see Spider Gang just muscling their way through, fighting their way through with good touches, and beautiful saves there as well. So lots of individual well-played moments. A little bit less that team play, but they are looking a lot stronger than the previous opponents for Stay Fresh, I think. And this will be a pretty good one to see where this one eventually ends up.
Yeah, and how do you think Stay Fresh have started in comparison? I was going to say in comparison to their last game, and I think it's fair to say they've started a lot better if they're going to be actually scoring and equalizing games in the first game of the series.
Yeah, that shows me a lot more. Oh, already from the get-go, they looked a little bit chaotic in the first minute. But after that, they adjusted that. They are getting into a rhythm, and once they start getting into that rhythm, I think they'll be very, very scary. And I mean, if they don't go 2 games down and have to reverse sweep, then I think, yeah, we can definitely, with a lot of security, say they are looking a lot stronger in this series than the last one.
A lot stronger, and it could have the opportunity to open up scoring again as Fireman Jonas puts a boomer onto the target, and nobody's saving that. Doesn't matter if you're sat in goal. What a banger.
Yeah, that one was like, even if your positioning is the best, that one is almost impossible to save. That one is just such good positioning, and also the defender wasn't expecting it. The demo in the corner worked perfectly to throw off the defense, and you just expected that person to go for it. Person's gone. Oh no, what do we do now? And the patience, precision, and positioning from Fireman was perfect for that shot. Like, great in individual skill moments in a team game where the team that's showing a lot of team is doing very well. And more individual beautiful play. What an outplay going under that 50-50.
Yeah, and Fireman Jonas here, anybody who says that was lucky, that was anything but lucky. Fireman Jonas baited out the pre-jump so perfectly from the defense, and when he saw he had the opportunity to go underneath and get a good potential pinch or block leading it to the goal, he did so with spectacular fashion. That was completely calculated, completely meant, and at that point in time, I think if quick chat were happening in this game, I'm pretty sure we'd be seeing calculators coming out from a lot of people in the chat.
Oh, definitely. And I think in our chat, we might see a couple of calculators. The big thing about that was because he took out the jump so early from the defender didn't have a flip anymore to root himself to the spot, meaning that it's a lot easier to plow through a player that is just free falling compared to one that can still use its boost to stop any momentum and actually stop the ball.
Definitely. And I've got to admit, these shots coming through from Fireman Jonas, the accuracy is not reflective of what was happening in the last series. I'm sorry, but Fireman Jonas has really started to pick up the pace in this game and this finals, and that's the real difference between top tier teams, good teams, and the proper pros, is that ability to maintain your calm, maintain your nerves, and continue into a final game as well as you've gone into previous games. And I mean, just look at that. The sheer confidence and class and ability from Fireman Jonas here is just absolutely fantastic to be able to find Swift.
Could you maybe give me that Fireman Jonas might have given up his day job and started to just be lit?
We definitely agree that at this point Fireman Jonas said, no, hold on a second. No, I wasn't really playing the last games. I was playing on, 4G with my monitor turned off and my controller turned off, and I'd closed my eyes. I tied my hands together behind my back, and now it's completely free. It's freedom of movement. It's free flowing, and something that actually I don't feel like we saw from Stay Fresh at all in the last series. Irrelevant of the fact that they managed to pull off the reverse sweep, they didn't do it because they played unbelievably brilliant. It's just that I think it's fair to say Bamboozle has started to fall apart a little bit. But here, Stay Fresh, my word, you are really putting on a performance for us.
Yeah, I think it's because they are as hot as they were from the last game. Spider Gang gets a little bit more time to wait and get a little bit cold, and watching and adjusting to your opponent and seeing, okay, that's kind of how they're playing. That's one thing, but being able to from the get-go fire off at this high of a speed, this high of a level, can sometimes be a little bit whiplashy for a team if you've just watched the team play and been like, okay, yeah, they're playing fast, but not that fast. We'll see how it goes, and then on the field, you're like, oh, they're that fast, and just not being able to adjust in the first game. So the second game, hey, could be an easy clap now for Spider Gang, who are now a little bit more ready to face off against Fireman Jonas and the Stay Fresh team. I think that should be crew. Stay Fresh crew. Sound better.
I feel like Stay Fresh crew does sound a little bit better. We'll tell them to change their name for future coming weeks. But Fireman Jonas getting the Doomsy dish. My word, he's still going. He hasn't stopped. He's still on fire. Somebody put the man out. I mean, he's going to have to put himself out at this point. But Fireman Jonas, you can't be doing that to a team. You just wrecked all 3 players, and you've shown no remorse.
He's putting on a clinic right now. He seems to be playing on a completely different level from his last game, as we said, but also compared to the rest of the players on the pitch, he's just a little bit too late to that save. So apparently whatever I said didn't matter.
Yeah, and that is, I'm actually not gonna pin too much of the blame on Fireman Jonas there. Made a good attempt into the play initially, but the slow rotation out, or rather should I say the slow rotation from his teammates, ideally Swift probably should have been in a slightly better position to get contact with that ball, but wasn't. But you concede as a team, you win as a team, you score as a team. It's as simple as that at the end of the day. This is a 3-man sport. It's not a 1v1v1v1v1v1. So, you've got to give blame equally, I think, at that point to all players on the field. Neither were back in defense, and maybe somebody should have been.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit more tongue-in-cheek than my FK came over. But the thing is, like you said, it is that team game, and any mistake is usually as we call, if I want to use the PC term, a mess up cascade that starts happening, in which you go into a spiral that you can't get out of and then get scored on. And that's kind of the thing with the team game like this, is that one mistake leads to another, and nobody is able to recover. You eventually end up getting scored on. And yeah, both teams are getting, like, now Spider Gang more fire, more lit, wants to get this going, and seems to be going toe to toe a lot more with Stay Fresh right now.
Definitely, and I like the PC term you gave for that. I was definitely chuckling to myself, not so silently, shall we say, about the term that maybe everybody else would refer to it as. But at the moment, that's a bad mistake from Spider Gang, but nobody is going to be there to follow up from this Stay Fresh team. And Fireman Jonas coming in with the 1 block, trying to get the second onto Freecat. It's going to be difficult for Matt to deal with. Isn't going to be able to deal with it. Backflip as Freecat looks for the demo, and Spider Gang can't find the angle for the shot. And no surprise, really. It was always going to be difficult, but looking for the block. Whereas Matt is looking downfield, and Swift might be looking for the double touch. Can't get it because doesn't have the boost to continue. Might look to take this corner boost and just leave Fireman Jonas to deal with this one. Does so, and as a 2-on-1, they have the opportunity to get it past Spider Gang. The Spider Gang there is just so crucial and clinical to be able to deal with plays like that. That is clinical.
Good shot there, I would have to say. Bit of an unfortunate clear there from Matt, just not getting enough power on it and getting that ball away from any kind of danger. And his teammates were expecting a better clear, so they weren't ready to close in on that ball as quickly as they should have if they wanted to stop that goal. And I mean, it's a game of inches, and everybody can make a mistake. I mean, we're casters, we're not players, so this is all very, very hard. But still, we have the microphones. We're the ones who are commenting on this, and this is not what you want to see. But that is.
That really is. What a great set of team play passes being set up. Swift to Fireman Jonas, and then Fireman Jonas finding the infield beauty to Matt. And Matt just finding the only open space on the goal to shoot at and get credited with the equalizer. But Freecant going up early could potentially cause this to be a problem. Gets the flip reset and just actually takes himself out of the play with it. That's an example of not wanting to use it. Matt, almost a brilliant redirect, finding the target as Swift pops it into the corner. This is going to be difficult for Freecant to deal with now as Fireman Jonas might look to put it back into the corner. Does so. Spider Gang there, the first to find it. Matt, dangerous pass infield to Nathan, but Swift is going to be following up swiftly. And now play continues as Fireman Jonas tries to get the block. Matt's there first, pops it into the sideboard. He's going to find Spider Gang, and now he's going to be left to deal with it by himself. Takes himself out of the play with it as well. And Nathan onto the ceiling. Matt looking to follow up. Not the greatest of touches. It's going to be a problem. It's going straight into the path of Nathan as Freecamp follows up off onto the backboard. Looking for the bumps. Gets it. But no one from his team following up as Spider Gang Joy looks to take a bit more control and looks to get another lead in this game.
I'm very unsure what just happened the last minute and a half. It was completely ping pong on one side of the field where one team was like, I'm gonna hit it to you, I'm gonna hit it back, I'm gonna hit it to you, and I'm gonna hit it back, and it just kept on going like that. It's kind of lame, to be honest. I'm expecting more from these teams. So guys, start looking for your passes again. Start looking for what you can do to outplay your opponent instead of just autopilot, boom the ball away. That's how I'm supposed to play.
Yeah, it's definitely how it feels. As Fireman Jonas, again with the shots, again with the angles, and again with the absolute quality that he's been displaying so far in this game. What a shot, what a read, and what a direct.
Yeah. Okay, so what I saw there, two defenders from Spider Gang already in net. One on the line, the other one just behind the other one's butt on the line. Ooh, very good save there. But continue story. Both were on the line, and that means that you have no one really going for it. Spider Gang or Joyu tried to go for it, didn't really work. And then the other person who was already in a bad position, if he didn't go for it, just stood there, had to turn around. If you already see someone in goal and you don't want to go offensive, one other thing you should do is stay a little bit further away. Keep that space. But now, Fireman Jonas says, this game's over. You don't have to talk about maybe keeping it up in overtime. I got this. Boom.
Completely. And stay fresh. They might actually be able to break the curse of getting into back-to-back finals and not winning them. Stay fresh now looking the slightly stronger team. Even though they took the deficit early on in this game, they were still able to come back, still able to retaliate, still able to respond better than Spider Gang were able to in the end. Now, Spider Gang still playing a great match, but it's not being out the dominant force that is Stay Fresh and Fireman Jonas in particular. It's got to be said, I don't know if you agree or not, but in the first series that we saw them play of the day, so the last series that we just watched, it has to be said, even though we say Fireman Jonas now is carrying, he looked like the more, and this will sound harsh, but slightly lackluster of the team, if it's got to be said, in the last series. It's not to say he was playing badly, they still won, but wasn't playing the best, whereas now, it almost looks like everybody has jumped in the Fireman Jonas backpack, and he's just absolutely launching his team toward a victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's either his team or himself saying like, okay, I got to get good, let's do this. Or it's the style of play that is being facilitated by Spider Gang's. Spider Gang's style is a lot more, is a little bit more methodical, a little less chaotic than the team they faced before. Well, the team they faced before was really all about that chaos, all about looking for opportunities, not making plans. And Fireman Jonas just seems like a player who can, once he can start logically read the play because people are not doing things where in a solo queue game you go like, why would you do that? Why? Uh, he just starts to read the play a lot more. He's now looking at what he can confirm is the matrix. He's looking at the code. He's now Neo and reading all of the lines and getting in between and all of the players at the right time to get those goals.
Definitely. And as we hit the third game, anything can happen here. Spider Gang trying to cling on for dear life as the game looks set to come to a close, or rather the series, because they're just not responding in the way you expect them to. And early on, we see Freecan not the best of touches. Matt looking for a potential double touch. It doesn't matter. Fireman Jonas there. Again, great pass to Swift, but Swift can't find the target. But my word, that was almost a fantastic redirect off of, I think the backcourt might have even been from inside the goal itself. But that was incredible and almost a great opener to this game number 3.
My lord, Messi, but what a beautiful mess it was, and almost getting the goal from it. They must be kicking themselves right now, not getting that one. And I'm wondering, with such a good start, such a prominent start, already being 2 up, this is probably gonna lit a fire up like Stay Fresh's booty, and they're going to like crush this one at some point if Spider Gang can't keep up with this.
They can't, and that, just the sheer effect, the mental effect that a potential demo can have on a team. Nathan jumping out of the way of the demo, not expecting Fireman Jonas to come straight in with a shot, so looks to land, but upon landing cannot jump back up quickly enough to get the save. And it looks like Matt's going to make it 2-0, and within 58 seconds, Stay Fresh are really trying to close out this game.
Yeah, they are killing it right now. And we had the storyline last series where we were like, Fireman Jonas is looking for a team. The other 2 players are looking for one. Maybe this is a match made in heaven. And at the end of this series, I could see one of 2 things happening. The team agreeing like, we should stick together. And this becomes a very dangerous bubble team if they keep working at it and working on their strategy and their technique and communication. There's a bit of flabbergasting goal there. Or Fireman Jonas is going to say, nah, I'm too good for you scrubs. I'm out.
Yeah, that was... that's definitely the decision that's going to be made. But the decision regarding that goal, I'm not entirely sure if we can pin that all down to luck. That was, shall we say, poor execution on the defense's half. But very lucky that Freecan getting the shot onto target. And then it magically manages to hit, shall we say, the sweet spot. And ultimately, I thought that was going to go wide for a second. Fireman Jones just cleaning that one up, though, managing to increase that deficit again to 2 for this this opposition team. They're not playing the best right now, shall we say. Stay Fresh are just holding the mantle, and Spider Gang are just struggling. They're just struggling.
Yeah, they look like Spider Gang definitely looks like a decent team. It's just right now we have a Stay Fresh that's on fire. They are looking at what they need to do, and they're executing on it perfectly. Good challenge there though from Spider Gang. Good shot, and those things need to go in. But on the other side, it just gets a lot easier now.
Yeah, this is not the same Spider Gang we saw in game number 1 and 2, but likewise, it's a better Stay Fresh than we saw in game number 1 and 2, and that is just going to lead this game into a one-way road. We know it already feels like we already know what way this game is going, unless by some miracle Spider Gang can really start to turn up the heat. But as it stands, everything Stay Fresh is doing is just right.
Yeah, and it's also it's really Spider Gang. It feels like the jitters of being in the finals might not have affected them at first, but being 2 down in the finals, you can see such a difference in play. Like small individual mistakes and nerves are happening here and there that are making this seem like not a contest. While Spider Gang, the plays and the things that I do see them making, like, oh, that's all actually pretty good. It's just those small mistakes create a cascade that's not working out for them.
Definitely, and at the halfway mark in this potentially final game, Spider Gang still can't find a response, but that from Joy was unbelievable in a pass. What a great pass initially from Nathan, and the double touch coming off of the side, passing it into Freecant in the middle, who's just waiting. Freecant for the free goal.
And a beautiful play, good reset there. I wasn't able to see the defensive setup for them. Like, if this play didn't go as well as it did, would it still have been okay? But it feels a lot more hopeful now for Spider Gang that they are executing on these plays and getting things done.
Yeah, it does feel a lot better, and it feels a lot more comfortable as well. Spider Gang look like they're just getting back into the rhythm of things as Stay Fresh start to show signs of cracking, especially with that double commit that we saw with Freecant going up early, now opting for the side boost as Nathan forced into the challenge in the air against Fireman Jonas. This could potentially be a great shot, but instead it's a poor touch from Nathan, but they're credited with a potential good infield pass. Fireman Jonas up early, Matt looking for Swift. That's great. But up early is Freecant. Nathan might look to follow this one, take it away from Fireman Jonas. Doesn't manage it. Good 50 from Fireman. Managing to get the hit. Matt looking for the backboard instead, finding the back of Fireman Jonas's car at a dangerous time. Spider Gang going over the top, and Freecant with the shot straight into the path of Matt. And the Matt again, the double save coming out from him, keeping the game at a 2-goal advantage. And I'm not entirely sure how he's managed it. Are you?
I think we are reporting a hurricane kerfuffle on this field. We have no idea what the teams are doing and where the ball is going, but I do have to say it is a ballet of disaster that we are seeing for Spider Gang here. With the touches, just they're kind of going the way, but not good enough. And then you have someone like Fireman Jones, like, I am the rescue service. I will bring order back to this game. Let me tap this goal in.
Yeah, I don't think Fireman Jonas has been in anyone's mind any shadow of a doubt the MVP of this game so far. He's just been the absolute mantle for this team. He's been carrying the torch, the flame. He's just been in every position you could possibly want him to be in, to stop plays developing and to start plays developing on the offense. And that's the key. It's not just about, stopping the opponents progressing. It's about causing the start for your own team offense and aggression and attack, and Fireman Jonas has just been doing that absolutely perfectly at the moment.
Yeah, I have to say it's a weird situation we have right here with Fireman Jonas just styling on kids a little bit, and with the time that is now being allotted for the rest of this game, I think this one is over. I think this one is not going to be any different. Even though Freecant gets another goal, and they need 2 more within 12 seconds. It's possible technically, but it's not probable anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely not probable, and I think I don't want to call it too early, because knowing my luck, my massive caster's curse that always comes against me, they'll probably end up scoring. You know what? No. Just no. It's just not okay. You can't do this. You're not allowed to do this, okay? I hadn't even finished talking about the fact that Caster's Curse is a thing and that I didn't want it to happen, and now you're scoring a 4th. If they score a 5th, I'm going to hand the mic over to Sunderlad. He can cast and he can produce this. But honestly, I'm a little bit nervous now. Now I'm scared.
Yeah, it's that moment where, like, but I'm here to talk.
Okay.
But I don't want to talk because I might ruin it. But no, at the end of the day, Stay Fresh played very well. And even if they did give up this game, yes, that could have been a big blow to their confidence. And that would maybe mess them up enough that the reverse sweep could be possible. I think Stay Fresh looks strong enough that even if they would hit up such a loss, after that they would come back. They didn't have to. They're just doing perfectly well and finish this one off very well. And funny thing is, it says that Fireman Jones has 4 goals, but in all honesty, he has 5. He scored 1 on the wrong goal, but he has 5 goals. So all the goals of Stay Fresh, Fireman goals. I mean, that's putting a discredit to Matt, who had a beautiful touch in as well.
Yeah, that is so true. And Stay Fresh managing to get the 3-0 victory here in RC Weekly's number 4. Congratulations to them, Spider Gang. So unfortunate not to come away with a single victory in that final game. They played well, they played great, but at the end of the day, you just can't beat this Stay Fresh team. They just played so well, and they've made it obviously to the finals of the last two. Now it'll be interesting to see if they could potentially become the first back-to-back weeklies champions if they decide to enter weeklies number 5, which you guys watching should all do as well. With RC weekly number 5 next week, same time, 2 o'clock, we'll be having a €100 prize pool. You do not want to be missing that. You've seen the quality of the teams. If you think you're better, now's your chance to put your words and the metal to the test. This is the time to prove it. But I think there's something interesting I want to pick up on. Is in
Yes.
all of the semi-finals that we've seen from RC Weeklies at the moment, we've only had one 3-0 sweep. Whereas in the finals, we've only had one non 3-0 sweep. So that suggests that the semi-finals we've been getting so far have been closer than the finals we've been getting so far, which is it's actually interesting to note because the 3-0 sweep in the semi-final came the way of a team that ended up getting 3-0 swept in the final. So that's quite an interesting one.
The thing I want to comment on that is that it is extremely hard with semi-random teams to seed them well. Like we have people who know these teams well enough and can read into how teams play a little bit to try and seed them, and it's so tricky to read. Like, okay, this team should go in the lower bracket, this in the upper bracket, and they'll probably face off against each other in the final. So it is that part. It is the nature of non-invitational tournaments without like if you have an invitational tournament with a round robin and then a playoff or anything like that, you can control that a lot more. So it can go any which way. It can be a clown fiesta in the finals or one of the most exciting finals you could ever see. But we at least got a couple of good semifinals, and we got to watch a lot of good games. And also, the prize pool today is, I believe, at least €25. So congratulations to Stay Fresh for the €25 prize pool.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Thank you so much for joining us today. I've been the Kill Sync, and I have been joined by Gavastrian. Thank you so much, Gavastrian, for being here.
It was my pleasure, and of course, follow Rocket Core. You can still add price stuff to the Matcherino if you want to donate some more to Stay Fresh. And of course, all the people, a big shout out and big thanks to Blitz League for setting this up and managing and moderating the tournament, as well as our other beautiful staff people, and the Sunder lad for broadcasting this. Very well done, and also thanks to you for joining me here. It was a lot of fun and a great pleasure. So follow Killsync because he he might go places. So you want to follow him on his Twitter and everywhere else, and make sure that you can enjoy him wherever he goes.
I appreciate that. And obviously follow Gavastrian back as well. But with that ending note and ending comment, we are going to be closing out today. Thank you so much for joining us. We've been RC Weekly number 4 today. We've been Rocket Core. Join us again next week. And thank you very much for tuning in.